Hmm. Oh, right. Yeah, 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 yeah. No, I don't know. It's kind of lame, actually, but yeah, it does come from the base class. So the problem is my operator is defined in point ops as it should be, and point is derived from my point ops. But we define our operator plus here, and therefore it doesn't consider any operator plus that is defined in point ops. I think that means we have to add explicitly that we want to use that. Let's see if the AI was also saying that. Maybe. The base overload were made visible in KROCS point via using declaration, then the vector type overload would participate. So I think that's indeed what I just did. Should I write did get here or got? These got hidden because were hidden maybe. Yeah, that solved it. Hello, seek and destroy NL. Hoi Rutte. Dude, you started using AI for coding. What is your opinion on AI? They are really, really bad. I haven't used any AI tools for coding yet, and I'm wondering if I should. No. I don't think you should, because in a nutshell, hi Pete, they think they know everything. At least that's how they phrase it. So you ask a question, you definitely will get an answer. It never says, I don't know. Just makes up something that sounds like the whole goal of the large language model is to formulate text that in every way sounds like a correct answer. So you ask a question, and it's not about the truth or correctness, but purely about the answer that you get is purely about sounding like the correct answer. Yeah, so it's always role playing, and I think it tells the AI like you are an expert in this field, and you know everything, and you answer the user's questions. you know, from your expertise as the know-it-all. And then, well, just imagine everyone standing on stage doing some kind of play, and he's being the professor here who knows everything, and he gives an answer that is complete nonsense, but the noobish audience, you know, still has the feeling that this professor on the stage, played by some actor, is a smart guy who gave the right answer, because they couldn't follow the answer and all kind of difficult jargon and stuff like that. If on top of that the answer is actually correct, then you're just in luck. So it does happen, otherwise I wouldn't be using it. For example, in this case, I might or might not have saved a little bit of time. I think I saved time, yeah. Probably typing it in took me a few minutes, but it was a hit in one, and then I could solve the problem. You just have to non-stop be aware that the answer by an AI can be nonsense, no matter how self-secure they formulate it. So you have to verify everything, which can take a lot of time, and a lot of people just don't understand that. They believe, well, it's black and white. The AI comes across as being very sure about its own answer, so it must be right. But that's the whole point, that it is able to formulate an answer coming across as being very self-secure, even if it hasn't any clue. So I think that you probably are better off using AI when you are already an expert in a certain field. So you can quickly recognize the nonsense from the helpful comments that it gives. And then worse, of course, are the gray area things. If you ask AI to write a piece of code, it will. And then you can verify it by trying to compile it. Very likely it will compile, because they got that right. And then you can verify it again by writing a whole test suite or doing lots of tests. And even that might succeed. But it doesn't mean it's good code. I very often have, I really tend to ask it now questions for small pieces of code, no more than a few lines, because as soon as you ask it something where it has to write a really significant piece of code, and it's all shit, and I just spend a lot of time fixing it. It works, but it's just not how I would write it. I don't know, let's call it slow, or yeah, it's hard to explain. It just like it generates code, and I'm like, what? 3 pages? I had expected a single line or something, and it writes 3 pages of code. Now imagine you're a complete noob and you have absolutely no idea, so it generates 3 pages and you believe that AI are God, so well, okay. Wow, it wrote 3 pages in one go and it works. But yeah, you did learn the wrong thing, because you did not need 3 pages. Hello, John. Yeah, it is. There is a few people. Yeah. Okay, but let me concentrate. Otherwise, nothing happens on the screen. We have We have a new compile error. error, no member named create draw object in Cairo window CS point, Cairo window CS centered. That sounds like it is a different class altogether, actually. Most compile errors, I would say, I see them and then I just understand why it goes wrong. Oh, that was that. In this case, I'm really surprised. Here's another one that's drawing it. This one's longer, so let's grab sources. Here it is defined. It is defined in some point, but not in CS point. This is the one that we want to call. So the type should have been draggable point. I don't think I ever typed draggable, so it's probably a base class or something. And end on draggable. Okay. Here we have a point that's commented out. Oh, and that is CS. Oh, okay. I commented this out because I was moving it, I suppose. Here we have the operator plus for size again. Aha. Okay, so it is a point CS, so CS stands for coordinate system, and so in full English that would be a point that is a coordinate system aware. It knows which coordinate system it is using for the internally stored floating points values for the X and Y, but well, it's commented out, and now I have a new one, and that new one does have this, but it doesn't have the operator from draggable. Also note that this is in namespace plot. So really we should be using plot point here. And that one is then coordinate system aware. So it's a coordinate system aware plottable point. And because it's plottable and a point has to be draggable, it's also derived from draggable point. Now, we have all the pieces. Now to put it together. I can imagine that currently I'm not using draggable point at all, because this is commented out. This is probably the only place I use draggable point. Okay, let's verify that, because before I continue making all kinds of conclusions based on that. Oh, well, yeah, I probably made a mess of it. So that's quite normal. I just do something, and then I use the compiler and the compiler errors to fix the mess. And if that works, then normally it does work. But okay, if it works, then you get the really robust code, right? I mean, it's written such, you use the compile error, so the type safety say, that it forces you to do it in the right way. It just won't compile until finally I have this fixed. That means that if later I would make a mistake and I don't do it right, then it will not compile. So that is very robust. Yeah, I'm using AI. Sorry if I don't react to the chat, it's because I try not to read it. Because it distracts me like hell, and then I lose my train of thought. So what was I saying? Yeah, I was checking if draggable point is being used. Well, this is just a comment, so I'm not counting that. It is only being used in key window point. And this is the commented out thing. This is also commented out, also commented out. Okay, so this is those three are commented out. So I'm correct. After it was commented out, I'm just not using draggable point at all. And that bites me now in the form of a compile error. Because this the first one. The create draw object here is a member function of draggable point. Which means that this CS point should be a point class that is derived from draggable point. So now I'm going here to see what it actually is. It is a point ref. Well, I never heard of that before. Yeah, I wrote it, but I just forgot what it is. It has a color though, so maybe we can jump to it. Put a point ref. Okay. So this is now a plain CS point, which is not derived from draggable point. And I can't derive from draggable point because a CS point is in coordinate system aware point, but that last point is a math point. My math that lives in namespace math. The math point just is pure math. It just has two coordinates, so two doubles for the x and y. It knows it has nothing to do with plotting, let alone dragging. Therefore, this type is wrong. Now, normally, if I want to do something related to drawing, I'm distracted by the fact that this is coordinate system. There is stuff related to drawing here, because I'm also talking about pixels, which obviously only are useful if you want to draw stuff. So now I'm going to rely on the assumption that my code is super robust, and I can just try things out even without really understanding it, because if it compiles, then it will work, right? That is always my device. That's how I want to have my code written. So I just saw that we used to have a plot point that was coordinate system aware and derived from draggable point, because when it is plot, it is about plotting and dragging. However, now I'm not sure about the CS here. Just like here, this CS point is not the whatever the coordinate system is about. It's pixels, and this is explicitly about plotting. So I have the feeling that maybe this should not be CS, but it should be a capital CS plot. So the specific plot coordinate system. I could just, you know, pick one and then see if we get compile errors, I think. Because if eventually it has to be plot, and my coordinate system is something else, then we'll get a compile error because, well, CS is not CS plot. But it's slightly better if I understand it. So I'm going to do an effort. What is the coordinate system of this point? Well, that depends, of course, where we use it. So let's have a look at where pointref is all used. It is used for add point. Oh, I just saw another comment about add point. Which that's why I said this. That comment said this must be using the CS plot coordinate system. It's apparently another add point. This is the same add point and the implementation of it. The name is wrong. The point pixels. Point CS. Okay, if I assume that this code is not that new, then what I want is that the names are such that I can, if I convert a coordinate system, I can short circuit this prefix with a postfix. So this should have been point CS, and then you get point underscore CS times CS underscore transform, and that all drops out then, and then you end up with point underscore pixels, which is indeed what we have here. That is a visual check if I'm doing the right thing. In other words, the coordinate system on normal objects like points, not the transform. Well, it also has a postfix, but has a pre and a postfix. But these should be postfixes. So this should have been a postfix. And then we understand that indeed this pointref is CS, coordinate system CS, which is just whatever it is, the template of the class, the coordinate system. So the way it was is correct, apparently. It's not plot, it is CS, at least if I believe this code. And the actual, that is just going from the name of the variable to visual pattern here. But of course the compiler will care about the types. So you can look at the type of CS transform pixels, and that that goes from CS to pixels. So that is this CS, and now this CS must be that CS. So it's not. I'm still a little bit like but whatever the coordinate system is, this would compile, so it's probably correct, right? But I want to, you know, come back to this at some point and then understand what's the deal with the CS plot. Before people don't understand that, let me show you. We have these coordinate systems at the moment. Painter, centered, pixels, and plot. And so if I say CS plot, I mean just whatever that is. And literally whatever, because it's new and it doesn't even have a comment yet. As soon as I know what it is, I'll add it here, okay? I don't think it's probably, I think it's the coordinate system of the axes that are being plotted. So a plot is a plot, and the plot is being plotted. And a plot has just a function being graphed with an x and a y coordinate system, axis, sorry. So say you have a window, and in there we have an origin somewhere, and we have a vertical line for the y-axis and a horizontal line for the x-axis. And then we have tick marks, and then those tick marks say, you know, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Then those values are the plot coordinate system. So I draw then something using the plot coordinate system at point 3, 2, then it gets here by tick mark 3, and then vertical tick mark 2, you get something. That's the plot coordinate system. But then we call, I have to change these as well. Then you have to call the template member function of that class, whatever the pointref is. And this is a member function of a draggable point. So now this must be derived from draggable point. And we have a chance that it is because I changed the class to something that doesn't exist yet. Can't jump to that anymore. Okay, we can solve that as follows. I do right quit all, make C tags, and then just an empty VI, and now we are back here. And now I can jump to it. So the plot point does no longer exist, which is, well, necessary because nothing was using a draggable point anymore. So we're definitely going to need a new class there. So let's find this. Can I find this? No, I forgot where it was defined. I'm going to do Control T, maybe get back there. Nope. Okay. Oh, I left the editor second ago. Draggable. This is draggable, but that is not what I was looking for. Oh, there's a comment here. Fix me. Remove this. Use math point to directly. If not, CS. Yeah, so this is now suddenly a little bit dubious. Or something. Okay. Maybe this probably should be plot point. But then what is the coordinate system? But no, and this is a math point, so that should not be the plot point then. This is more like math point is not coordinate system aware, and we don't want to have that in Cairo window. That would be confusing. So if you want a math one, then you have to use it directly, and otherwise if you want a coordinate system aware one, you have to use that one. And if you want to have a coordinate system aware one that is also plottable, okay. I can at the very least fix this comment. Yeah, I don't know about the plot here, man. So this would be some coordinate system. That would be the or something. And now we are going to have a plot point, which also coordinate system aware. I'm just not talking about the CS plot here. Okay, control next. Okay, here we have the draggable point, which is derived from the thing that must be deleted. Oh, that's great. Did this the thing that had the fix me comment? So this probably just should be the math point then, which I don't like one bit. I think the only thing that I'm doing or trying to do here is add that draggable to it. So this now is the base class of, so going to the base class, I'm going to uncomment this again. This is namespace plot, and we have a point in it which is now coordinate system aware by inheritance from draggable point. Or is it? Your draggable point must be coordinate system aware, otherwise where does my CS go? It's just not being used at all. It seems that this thing must be coordinate system, coordinate system aware as well then. Why would I have this thing at all? What does it add, except that now the default constructor is suddenly the origin? And this, of course, but yeah, my coordinate system aware thing that I have already has an operator plus size. We just saw that because it was hiding the other operator plus. So if I just derive from that, then we won't need this. I'm gonna assume that that is part of the draggable point now, because coordinate system aware knows about size as well. And this is hardly something that we need. Because draggable point is used nowhere else. So might as well make draggable point do that. So okay, I want 2 zeros for the default constructor here. So it inherits from Cairo window point, which doesn't really exist. I don't know, let's put that there. Let's make a default constructor here, which that must be this one. I don't know. Now I'm using the constructor of the base class which is different from this using. Might still keep that one. Yeah. Call me. Leave it here. So no, this one has been taken care of. And the whole thing is just nothing special. So why not make it a using thing? Using point is draggable point. I'll just delete everything. Yeah, that works. I might as well rename that thing, not put it in draggable anymore. So I think I should delete this namespace. I have a for declaration of the thing though. Why is that needed? Plot, oh, I call it a friend. Well, we don't need that anymore. It's mentioned in a comment, but that then refers back to ourselves. And moved. Oh, I was confused. This is for declaration of plot, not of point. Never mind, never mind. Okay, let's just delete the namespace here, and then we have a point directly in namespace plot. Oh wait, the current names, yeah, in namespace plot here. So namespace plot, and then we define the point here. In no more namespace draggable. This is still the case, and now we have that defined directly. And this is still the problem that Cairo in a point should not exist. That's this thing here. Text, we remove this, use the math point directly, CS point or CS point, plot CS point. Okay, so now we are deriving this from that. So we definitely should not be using this then, because that I should probably just delete this and then go for the compile errors again. I definitely need to know though what the base class is of this thing, so that would be then either that one or that one. And we know that we want to operate. It must be coordinate system aware, so it cannot be this one. It has to be that one, or this one, and then add the coordinate system awareness. But that's bullshit, of course. This one wraps that one. We do need coordinate system awareness, so I think I need that instead of this thing. So now I have fixed it. And go back to plot point. This now should be derived from CS point CS. Oh, where's my CS here? Oh, and yeah, well, that still had to be a template then. Maybe that's why I split it up. I had a class that is not a template. Yeah, I think that's why I split it up. So I just called it draggable, and then we had something that is not a template, so less code bloat, as it were. Well, everything that doesn't use the coordinate system stuff would be duplicated for all the different coordinate systems. So it's something I wanted to avoid. But yeah, on the other hand, I doubt that draggable will ever be something else and then CS plot. So maybe I should still keep this. No, I can't do that because I really, I'm already using a. It's difficult. Next node type name CS. Let's go for this one. But I can't type. Where's the C? Oh, there. Yeah. So this point in plot is just exactly the same as the one in CS, but now we add draggable. Does it not make sense? Probably not. See, that makes a lot of sense. And code namespace is Cairo window, so that is known enough. I don't get collisions with CS point and stuff, so this must be Cairo window CS point now. And this thing no longer exists. What am I trying to do here? Probably constructed from that one. I don't think we need that. I have this. I also have the copy constructor. CS. So we're using all the constructors from this thing. That includes the copy constructor, so then we can create it from this thing. So I don't see a reason to have that. It's still really, really weird to have a random coordinate system here. Don't really understand it. Yeah, well, whatever. Okay, so lots of changes. Let's just write this all and then try to compile it again. Continue with the compile errors. Yeah, we did delete Cairo in the point, so that error is to be expected, but then what should I be using here? That is a virtual thingy in draggable. I don't think draggable should be coordinate system aware. It probably just uses always CS plot or CS pixels. with something, and adding coordinate system awareness is only to make it more robust, make it more type safe. But draggable is completely hidden from the user. So as long as I get it right, then it's okay if it just uses doubles instead of something tagged with the actual coordinate system. That was totally talking to myself. I'm going to make this a math point, I think. And here we have another one, moved. That sounds like pixels, actually. These are probably the same also. We are in Cairo window. Okay, it's theoretically I could include some CS header here. And it might not be necessary. Feels like it would be nice-ish if draggable just used math points instead of CS points. If we can help it. Now, it's a virtual function, so let's see who is derived from draggable, and then what are they defining and doing with this, because it's not even a real function. It's just pure virtual, well, not pure, but yeah, I don't know what's the word for that, what equals 0. I think it's pure virtual. Okay, set position and draggable. Both might exist a lot. That's very normal. And there's the one that we just looked at, the pure virtual one. And we don't know if this one is draggable or not. Well, slider sounds draggable. And point is draggable, we know that. And here, it's just being called. Okay. So look at the the least interesting one first. So we have a draggable here, and it was dragged to a new position, so we pass that to the draggable. And this is again the class that we just deleted. So the type then, I still have to figure out this type. The type then comes from move draggable as well. You have to know who is calling that. So it wasn't that not interesting. This new position used somewhere else here. Apply restrictions. Called on plot. No, so look at that first. Yep, there's again Cairo window point. That's gonna result in a lot of compile errors. It's used all over the place. Here it is being passed to a draggable restrictions thingy, which is a function which takes a Cairo window point you get closer to user code now and place back. Okay, so there's a register draggable that comes from user code. That is being used a lot. Well, one page. I don't know. Let's look at the random one. Okay, yeah, I think I understand this. What's this doing? But this means that if you move P0, then Q0 moves along. I think that P0 is the center of a circle and Q is some point on that circle. So if you move the center of the circle, then the whole circle must be moved, and also another point that is on the circle is being moved here. Thus, the coordinate system here doesn't matter at all, but it's probably pixels. Or actually, it is whatever. It is whatever these things are using, which might be the plot coordinate system. So, for example, this one, create point. It is using plot 0 plus circle radius. Circle radius is 0.2 times something. I think that's a plot coordinate system. But yeah, none of these test applications are aware of that at all. So here we have something S1 stuff. That's the coordinate system that I'm using everywhere apparently. I think these are just plot values. The values that are at the tick marks of the x and the y axis. Yep. Those values from S1, which are definitely CS plot, they are being passed to create point. So this is in plot coordinates. So that's just literally plot. Now I have to change this into a P0 underscore plot, and then it makes sense. It's a postfix stating that it is in plot coordinates. All things come together. Yeah, but I should swap this as per the new convention. So I think that the fact that I named it plot here was that I already was aware that it is important to know what the coordinate system is that you're using. And I called it plot P0 because this P0 is in plot coordinates. I won't do the change just yet because it's just too much change. But those things are in change as in put the plot after the P0. But yeah, this is plot coordinates, create point. This is plot coordinates. So these are plot coordinates, so translation must be plot coordinates. New position is plot coordinates. This must be in plot coordinates. So either mathematics, but then the user, as it is the case now, is responsible for making sure that they don't mix up all kinds of coordinate systems. and every double is just, you know, in the back of your head. You have to remember that is the plot coordinate system. Or I could actually tag CS plot in here and then have that enforced somehow. But if I do that, then create point must return that. So I could make create point return. It's an auto anyway. Something that is not Cairo window point, but Cairo window CS point with the template parameter CS plot. And I think that is the right way. That is the right thing to do. That is the right thing to do. Yeah. Now the fun thing here is that if I only change this, I change the type of create point, I'm going to return, the return type is going to be changed. Then we'll get a billion compile errors, and that cascades through everything. And then after I fixed all the compile errors, then we are done. It's almost automatic. If I trusted AIs more, I could say, hey, keep compiling and fixing compile errors until it compiles. It would probably even be able to do that. But yeah, I don't trust it enough. I'm hesitating because I'm afraid that this will lead to so much necessary change that it's no fun anymore. And well, I will just have to do it, but there are other things that I'm doing at the moment. So if say this change will cost me 5 days to fix compile errors, then what about all the other problems that I currently already have that needs fixing, compile error fixing? So I would prefer to have everything working and then make the change of this type. And in the meantime, I should probably use what the type is at the moment. But I think that type just doesn't exist. So create point here. Oh my god, that returns a CS point. That returns already a CS point CS plot. Ha 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 ha. Okay. Well, in that case, this is the type. Okay. Just stop thinking. That is the type. And now I'm using point here, and I was saying this should be deleted. You should use either math point or, yeah, this is user code. I don't want to have the user to type all kinds of difficult shit like this everywhere. That's hardly usable. So maybe we should keep it, but change it into exactly that type. And then that type is also very type safe because it really spells out what it is. And then there is not much danger that it would be used wrong. That's going to redefine, I think, Cairo window point to be CS point, CS plot. Thus, and that will save a lot of problems all over the place. Can I still find that bag? Probably not. Yeah, I can't find tag pattern. But I would like to go where it was. Where did I delete it? Wasn't that like here? I think it was here, but I'm not sure. Draggable. Okay, let's save everything. Do a git diff on draggable.h. Yep, that was there. So I have to change that line into using point is that, which means that now draggable is completely has to be aware of well, it has to include a header at the very least. So if I include CS point, then I get CS plot as well. This should work. No music. It's pretty irritating that they keep asking me if I'm still watching. User class template CS point requires template parameters. If you say so. No, what the hell, man. We just fix this one. Probably all the same. Declaration of CS shadows template parameter. Oh, because now I made this a template. Yeah, come on. It's a namespace plot even. Okay, I'm just gonna do this fix me away as well. This is just CS plot as well. That's gonna bite me though. Yeah, I would like to start at the top. Sorry, what is the compile? Yeah, which make. I'm using this filter. Yeah, I think that's it. Let's just use one. There are no matching constructor for initialization of math LinePiece. No known conversion from GS plot point. To cons point type, aka point to double. Now I'm doing the same thing here as for point. I'm just bringing it back into Cairo window namespace, and then for the CS plot namespace, coordinate system. No mention member function for call to add point. Candidate function not viable, no known conversion from point, aka point to double, to point, aka point CS plot. It just leaves out namespaces. It does not make no sense. What is QG? That's a quick graph, okay. Quick graph is an add point. It's an add point that takes a point. That should be then the Cairo in the point, and I just change that into a CS point CS plot, just like this. For that matter, it used to be a math point. It is difficult, Mr. Bib. I was defining it in draggable. It's not clear at all if I have that already. I'm including plot, range and window. CS line, LinePiece. That's all nice and dandy. Yeah. Okay, these include point as well. So I only have CS point, I think. Well, okay. Yeah, well, it is. It's mostly pure alien shit. As in, everyone will run away screaming. Wait, see this? What was I doing? CS plot. I'm doing something with points and lines and line pieces, and I have a billion of them. The number of points number of point classes that I have, you really don't want to know. And now I'm making changes such that all those types change. I have to change a lot of classes, a lot of types. CS point. I'm not happy with this because this is in Cairo window. It should be Cairo window point because that's going to be defined like that. I just made a decision like 5 minutes ago. I don't know if I have it. Did I not just add that? No. Well, maybe. Yeah, actually. Maybe I did. What header would I need for that? I have a point.h here in Cairo. That's what you usually would include, I say. And that includes draggable. Okay, well, that already defines it then. Because I have... Let's see, we have draggable.h defining point now in Cairo window. And then my draw a point, as in namespace draw. What the hell? Current namespace is Cairo window, and then I'm defining a point. No, sorry, plot. This is, yeah. I think it's pretty confusing that I'm defining stuff that is in namespace plot in headers that are not part of a subdirectory called plot. So I should be able to include line.h, I think, if it exists. And I think now that it should exist, and it does exist. Line.h, this now should define this now should include CS line and then define line as CS line CS plot. And then we'll probably want my plot line to be constructed from the Cairo window line, aka this one, instead of from math. Let's wait until I run into the compile error for that though. I probably want and should do this for all those things. So I now did it for point. Well, in draggable then. And we did it for line. I see you have another PC in corner. What do you mean? I have only one PC. Well, the others are all off. You know, high electricity bill and stuff. Bezier curve, circle, arc, color, connector. Probably, yeah. I think I even did it already for connector. No, I did not. Nor can I. I did it for LinePiece then, I guess. Connector curve. There, LinePiece. Yep, LinePiece, we have that line. Matrix. Matrix should have it. Pixels, interesting to look at. Point, I just looked at already. Rectangle is so dubious, you don't want to talk about it. But let's look at that one as well. And I'm missing vector. There's no vector here, why not? Because I can't, it's not a plottable thing. Vector is pure math or coordinate system stuff. So you have stuff that is both mathematical as well as coordinate system aware, as well as plottable, as well as drawable, and they exist everywhere. But for example, a rectangle is not mathematical, it's just plottable. And a vector is not plottable, but it is mathematical. So you could create those 10 grams or Venn grams, where all those clauses exist, I guess. Yeah, that's not even a bad idea. A few circles for all namespaces and then put the clauses in it. And then if they are part of two circles, then they exist in two namespaces. Remove this if it already compiles. I mean, remove the if zero, I suppose. Huh? Okay, that is a completely different matrix. So not look at that. Pixel is in a point pixels coordinate system. Okay, was interesting to look at, like I said. And rectangle, yeah, rectangle is then just defined here. It's not a using because it doesn't exist outside of this. It doesn't exist as a coordinate system aware thing. Maybe it should though. Probably should become coordinate system aware, this thing, yeah. No, that was it. Okay, oh no, let's just go back to compile errors. I included a line here. What the other things that I changed then? Point, okay, so I changed point to that, yep. Nobody gets it. I think I should be able to include anything I want. So I'm just going to include whatever defines point. which would be point.h, which is already dragged in by line, but okay, I'm gonna duplicate it here because we literally use point. And then here we have line. And okay, LinePiece. Yeah, I think both struck in point. How can you define a line or a line piece without a point? It's just nonsense. A bit deja vu though. No matching member function for call to add point. Candidate function not viable. No known conversion. First argument. That's P. It doesn't know how to go from point, and I suppose that is in the Cairo namespace, which is, well, it should have been this type actually. So from point to point. Why is it not mentioning the namespace? This is so stupid. I don't have a point in global namespace. Then this is definitely in Cairo and OCS namespace. They just leave out the namespace like, yeah, otherwise it's so much text that people will get confused. What about people that get confused because the namespace is left out? Anyway, I think this one is in math and this one is in CS. So cannot go from math to CS. Well, that's exactly what I want. That is the type safety thing of it. And add point should only accept the CS plot points, so this should not have been math. So the problem is here. Why is P a math point instead of a plot point? Because this point here is a math point. Why in the actual okay, so Bezier curve point, that's this one, because it's using math points. Oh, okay. Well, I think a Bezier curve is, in a sense, pure mathematical, but if it is plot aware, so how much does my Bezier curve know about plotting? So far nothing, 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 nothing. Nothing. Doesn't know anything about it. Well, that's a good thing. And then we go to namespace plot. And that thing is derived from Bezier curve. Yeah. So restart doing distance squared calls add point draw. It's drawing stuff. Is that debug code or something? Oh, this capital P here. It's a function. No viable conversion from math point to Kairwanda point, which is Sai's CS point actually. Well, I can construct it from a math point. Explicit. It should work, but it doesn't work because I'm using an equal thing sign thing. I would say then this should work, but not an initialize list, maybe also not. Let's use that. Oh, wait a minute, that's 16. What I wanted to do. Let's make it to 1 here. Cannot define or redeclare geometry here because a namespace is draggable. We don't have draggable anymore. Or do I? Does not enclose a namespace point. Point.cx. Point geometry. Yeah, it's just the wrong namespace. Here's geometry. We have point in plot. Another fix me. What is this? I think it just will work now. Shouldn't it? So this point here is the one in plot. And which is this one, which is derived from CS point CS plot. Thus the cost here to even the plot, just remove this. The cost to CS point CS plot reference of the dereference this thing is just going to the base class, and that is being added passed to add point on plot, which takes, I don't know, maybe it works. I just comment that out, see what happens. And here we have assignment. Okay, I want to call the assignment operator on the base class, I guess. This used to be the base class. Currently, it is actually now the same. But yeah, I don't know. I'm using this here, so this is after drag was defined, so this is just point. That is Cairo in the point. But yeah, that is the same as this thing. Just leave this here. I think I'll leave this here. So this is the base class then. I'll do this slightly different, as in call base class operator equals still weird. I would say that should work out of the box. Why would I not be able to assign to that? Yeah, and I don't see the point of this here. I'm just gonna change it. No viable overloaded. Yeah, I expected that. But we'll just have to add it in. No viable conversion from, well, math point, I suppose, to Cairo in the point. AKA, let's leave out the namespace. Point CS plot. Yep. I would say that this just should return a plot coordinate system thing, not a math point. So this is the one that is wrong. And the plot line piece should of course be plot. That's not plot, is it? This .cxx line piece. Defining vector, not line piece. Yep, I don't know. I would say CS line piece from returns this. This is point CS, not a math point. Time for a question for the AI again, I think. Oh, okay, that's the reason. It's a plot line piece. Yeah, no, this should be derived from CS. LinePiece. Or Cairo in the LinePiece even. Just from this. Otherwise I would just be repeating that. No magic construct of initialization of a vector. Yeah, plot was a defining vector. Yeah, it's a math vector. So this is a math vector, which seems, well, very good to me. And these are, I suppose, CS points. They are in plot coordinates. So you have to drop the coordinate awareness here. But I thought that my Bezier curve was coordinate aware again, or not? Well, the Bezier curve matrix isn't. Bezier curve, no, the Bezier curve was also not. It's also just using math stuff. Yeah. So this is all math until you start drawing. Okay, that's for another compile error, I guess. I just want to go to the math point here. That would be the raw. Can I call raw here on it? These points here are coming from this. It's a vector of Cairo in the points, but it comes from plot curve points. Plot curve is a curve. Which returns Cairo in the points. Makes sense. I think the curve is like plottable. Yeah, it's a plottable thing. Oh, it's not in namespace plot though. But even so. Well, it has plotted it, you know, so it's in plot coordinates. Yep. So is this. Points are in plot coordinates. So that's a CS point. And now I want to drop. Yep, I just have to call raw on it. Then we get the math point. Can do that before or after. Don't think that matters. So I think it would be nice to see that these points are in plot coordinates. So I'm gonna add a plot here and now as a postfix, as it should. Then again, if I also need raw here, I might as well store raw in points. Yeah, it's a reference to something that it's returned from plot curve, so yeah, maybe not. Okay, I'll keep them being in plot coordinates. Okay, I changed my mind again. It just reads better if I do it the other way around. So if I ever change it, then I'll change this to long maybe, but for now let's just call it plot points. Same thing. The incomplete error started as a node. Maybe we filter it out now. So move to filter. Yeah. Mm. Yeah, I would say this is the correct type. Okay, this is points that are being plotted. So the coordinate system is CS plot, which is what this type encapsulates. It means that X is in plot coordinate systems, the plot coordinate system. And this return just constructs a point. So we are passing a function or lambda, but a standard function to the mplace back, which returns plotted points. And then that gives a problem. Why? Let's see what this is. Budget fitter. So this constructs a budget fitter. One of these two, but no, sorry, this is solve. To this one. Func is moved to solve. Yeah, I can't believe that solve was being used here. Oh, we only got that line number because the lambda is defined there. Probably makes sense. Didn't see solve being mentioned though. So it's trying to construct something related to and place back, I think. So it's not being able to construct a Bezier fitter. Oh, and that's probably just because the first argument of the the function has the wrong type. The feeling that is not giving me all information that is needed. It's not giving it. Compile errors used to be more complete. I think they just leave things out just to make it shorter, which is crazy. Pretty sure that they used to print what say args is. Now you just have to guess. Nobody knows what args is. Yeah, how am I supposed to understand why there is no matching function for construct at when you don't tell me what the types is that you're trying to pass? It's just stupid. Maybe it's here, I don't know. Lambda it. See what it says. It's a different arc, so. So basically, it says it is probably from a requirement or a concept something. So this is trying to emplace with a construct with placement at 0, but yeah, whatever. This where we have to guess what TP is. But TP is probably the Bezier filter. So it says something is failing because the Bezier filter could not be constructed from args. And then it doesn't tell us what args is. Now there is an args here. But is that the same args? I don't know. Maybe. most likely, right? So yeah, okay. My guess is that there is a constructor that takes a lambda, such a standard function, and a key window range and a key window rectangle for the Bezier fitter thing. And then there is a mismatch for the lambda type. But it doesn't tell me what the type is that it expects, nor does it tell you what the type is that it currently is. It's just like, hey, there's a problem. You have to figure it out, what the problem is. Grab all sources after turning on the music again. Are you still watching? Not really, but I'll click yes anyway. Yes. Bezier fitter. Show me all the constructors. No, void. Class Bezier fitter, default. Okay, here they are, and we have a rectangle, and we have a range and a rectangle. So this is the one. So it expects a standard function that returns a point and takes a double. And we are literally having to guess that that is the problem. Maybe this is the problem, or this. I don't know. Could very well be. It's ridiculous. They also just don't say if there is a problem with which argument. Nou ja, anyway. That is the constructor that should be used, and it is not being used. So we have to check the types, I guess, for all three. And those types are being passed where exactly? That is where the in-place back is being called. That should be here then. Well, that very, very clearly takes a double and returns a point. So if this point not the same point as the point that we just saw, so I was under the impression that this was the Cairo window point. Code namespace is Cairo window. So yeah. And then the Bezier fitter takes this one, a point, and then this point here is yeah, okay, the Bezier curve point, which was a math thing. Now, so the problem is indeed in the func. Now the question is, which one do I want to change? Yeah, that depends on what func is doing, right? The usage of func depends, well, matters, and as well the, of course, the lambda, how to write a lambda. think the lambda is being written by the user, so that should be the easiest thing to do. So I think I have to, I should accept here the Cairo inner points instead of these points. Let's see what the solve is doing. We just construct vectors from it, and those vectors are being used in mathematical stuff. Yeah, it looks all very mathematical. Chebyshev function. I mean, come on, I'm not going to talk about plots while fitting a Chebyshev function. That would be ridiculous, wouldn't it? I mean, it is all in plot coordinates, but you have to just, somewhere you have to drop the coordinate system thing. And then just do math, if you get what I mean. Here's an in-place back where it uses that stuff. And solve is being recursive. What it does is it fits a Chebyshev function through a bunch of points, and if the arrow is too big, then it cuts the range in two, I think, and then it fits two ranges. And if one fits, then that's okay, and if the other one still doesn't fit very well, then it cuts that again. So often you get small distance, delta x, around where the function is curving a lot. And if the function is more or less a straight line, then it just takes everything with a single fit. Okay, I'm tending towards the math point here. So this is again the Bezier fitter point, which is the math point. So my lambda should return math points. But then from the point of view of the user, this is a quick graph, that's hardly user code. Yeah, there's no reason to pass any plot here. It's just nonsense. So I want the point here to be a math point. Then we're done. How many other points do we have? Point. Add point P. Plot points. These are plot points. So defining point as a math point in quick graph is not the way to go. But this must be a math point, so I'll just add math in the front of it. Or rather, get the point from the Bezier curve. Because that's the thing that defines the canonical value. So it should be a Bezier curve point then. And is this a template? Nope. Okay. It's just a nonsensical error. So usually that means that it just doesn't have the header for that thing. But plot point, that is Cairo in the point, I think, as well. No, it's not there. I have to admit that. Do I need CS still to begin with? Also not, probably. What is pixels? Phew, so much commented out. Come on, vectors using direction. Choosing a LinePiece. Which is using direction. Still, however, because it's a templated type name. I'm just randomly trying something out now. We go school. Oh, I don't cheat. Nope, didn't help at all. After alias declaration. What the hell is it? Oh, this is an alias then? Yeah, it's just nonsense. It is just nonsense. But it's not a template anymore. Plot? No, it's not a template. Ah, okay. Okay. Yeah, that's true. Well, I say that's true, but I think that is actually true. Yeah, it's not a template. That was the reason. And then adding the header was also not necessary. It's already called that, I suppose. No variable conversion from CS point centered to on plot point. Yay, they finally have a real type safety catch. Add pointer requests over needs plot point. Yeah, but this is a centered coordinate system. Surely then we should be able to add centered. Oh, Means that it should be a template then. Oh, yeah, okay. I get it. Oh, that is a coordinate system. I'd forgotten that. These coordinate systems are plotted, like literally visible on the screen. The two axes. So yeah, nothing to do with plot. I mean, they just take whatever point they use as a coordinate system. Oh boy. Well. Yeah. I have a conversion operator, but this is like literally just, I mean, I don't know. I thought it was this type and it had to be the other type. So no conversion. The function should take a different type. Completely lost now. You have multiple of these. This is the coordinate system add point. This is plot add point. That's something else. So this takes a plot coordinate system point because it's the plot. But, and that's something else again. Quick graph. Also quick graph. And here we have the coordinate system add point. This should take a point ref that is in CS. What? So did I not already do that then? No, I'm using a plot point here. Yeah, that is nonsense. So this should be CS point CS. It really takes a CS point. At least at that point. So at that point, I said things like at that point, right? I also said if you get my point, or to have a point, and then we have a lot of other points. If you get my point, yeah, exactly. So the point is, how many point refs do we need? I expect a call from the White House like any moment now. If I please can stop saying point, so they don't. The internet is overloaded and. That would save half the bandwidth. Point ref CS point. Add point. This one too. That's the same thing. It's like literally the type that is being passed to add point, which should be CS point. And or point CS actually. So my point ref had the wrong type. It should be this. And here I think, here's your conversion. I converted to pixels here. Not plot. No, I want to draw it. So I need pixels. Might as well go straight to pixels. So it goes from centered to pixels here. I don't know where or when it is. Well, plot is something entirely different. Plot has to do with the plot object, and the coordinate system is very much the same as my old plot class, except that coordinate systems can also be rotated and zoomed in and out and stuff like that. It's even confusing me, so let's just try to compile it again. No member named create draw object. Blink, blink. Where does that come from? I mean, we already stopped at this point before. And that was because this had to be a plot point. Ouch. Ouch. Okay. I think you're right. No, impossible. Coordinate system has nothing to do with a plot, like I just explained. But a plot is like GNU plot, you know, like plotting stuff, scientific stuff. A plotter. And still I am trying to call create draw object here. Because yeah, in the end it has to be drawn. It's just helping the compiler, just like the type name thing. If you leave it out, it gets confused. It doesn't know that, it doesn't understand that create draw object is a template function. Because this is a template itself. I mean, it's a multi-pass, the template stuff. It decodes code without knowing what this is. And then later, when you need an instantiation with a known CS, then it goes over it again. And it would be less efficient if you waited with that. Waited with figuring out what this is until you know what CS is. So by adding the template here, the compiler knows the first pass already how to, you know, what to do with this. Okay, I need to think. Okay, so we have a namespace draw, which also defines point. As long as that object exists, the point is visible and drawn, and then if you destruct it again, it gets removed. And we first have to create the draw point object and then pass it to this function of the layer. Then it draws it on the layer. And it needs to be kept alive as well, of course, otherwise it draws it, and if you destruct it again, it immediately gets deleted, so you don't see anything. So it has a certain lifetime, which is why all my draw objects normally are shared pointers. Eventually they're owned by an object that the user controls, and then as such controls the lifetime of the drawn thing. So here we have a point in the coordinates, in an arbitrary coordinate system belonging to this coordinate system. But this coordinate system here is really just the object that represents the two axes that are drawn on your window. So you have two axes, X and Y axis can be rotated. That's that object. And then it has its own coordinate system, obviously, and then you can you pass a point in that coordinate system, and then this function should draw it. So that says add, but really it's just going to draw it. So we add a single point to a coordinate system that is visible on the screen. First I convert whatever the coordinate system is to pixels by multiplying it with this transform object. And now we have the X and Y coordinates in pixels. Now the point CS is apparently supposed to have a shared pointer to the draw object, which until this point didn't exist yet. So by calling this, I create the draw object by calling standard make shared, passing the pixel coordinates, and then we can reference it. This just returns the reference to the thing that was just created on that object. And that should work all fine, assuming that whatever's passed here has that lifetime that is required. And moreover, if this object even owns a shared pointer to a draw point. I'm doubting that now, because we just changed it to CS point, which definitely does not have that. In other words, it must be a plottable point, and I think I already did that in the beginning of the stream. Have some kind of argument where we said, well, that means that we just need to make a new class, which was commented out at that point. And then I removed it again, I replaced it with the draggable point, because, well, at first it was a namespace plotted draggable, but, well, why not make that just plot point? And then I removed the template argument from that, because I thought, well, if it is in plot, it probably uses the plot coordinate system. Now this proves that is not the case. So I should have a plot point that is coordinate system aware and can store any coordinate system, not just the CS plot coordinate system, because then it doesn't compile. This is centered, for example, the centered coordinate system, not the plot coordinate system. Long story short, this should be plot point, but plot point should get the coordinate system back. Either that, or I have to create yet another class and give that to create draw object stuff. And a shared pointer and so on. Before I make these changes though, I would like to see how many classes I have that are standard shared pointers. Pointing to some draw point. So this is just returning a reference to it. That is our accessor. And this is user code only for the test rack. So we have only one. There can only be one because good code doesn't have duplications. And that is my plot point. So it is the plot whatever point that has the draw object. This is what we need. And we need it for multiple coordinate systems. So add back the template. And then replace CS plot with whatever the CS is. And then the thing just works for a lot of different coordinate systems again. So that means that this pointer ref is now again. Gotta be kidding me. Well, it's correct now. It should be CS. No, it should be plot. Plot point CS, yeah. Now it has the right type, which is now coordinate system aware again. And all hell will break loose because I changed the type from a non-template to a template. But okay, well, I don't know where to find all that. Declaration shadows, yeah. We ran into that before. So this is the that call, I think, to the create draw object, and you're calling that on a coordinate system. I think that's just the same thing. So it's just no longer template. Which makes this, oh, there's a batch. Oh, wait a minute, that's a coordinate system. Yeah. Looks good. Just remove the template. Unknown type name args. I definitely need my template back there. I just should have removed the CS. The template type name. How does it work again? Args. I'm so confused. Yeah, that's wrong. Should be there, of course. So I had to remove this and then really have that left. Yeah, I was confused because here the dots are at the on this side, so then here they should be on the other side. I say, as if I know what I'm talking about. Use of only clad identifier X. Missing this pointer again. Don't you love them? Where does the X come from? I don't know. I think the base class. It kind of makes sense that this is this thingy. This problem. They come out of nowhere, like it just compiles and compiles and compiles. Suddenly you need a this pointer. Out of nowhere. I'll never get it. Use a class template. Use of class template point requires template parameter. Well, that must be my plot point then. Totally inside plot. Yep. So we get the template back here. Oh, wow, that's why I put it in draggable before. Okay. Can I still do that? Return rectangle. Oh, it's rectangle is so far not coordinate system aware. But in the end it probably should be. In which way we would not be able to get around this. Around making it a template, I mean. What about the other two? Moved. Yeah. Here we're calling add point on the plot, which should take a point CS plot, and I'm passing the this. Ouch. Oh, that was the thing that said fix me. Yeah, well, what the fuck. I'm just definitely for now just going to move it to the header, I think. Which means I'm not convinced that it's possible though. Because it's using more headers than this header has. This is point. Oh, that's nonsense. Never mind. What else do I need? I don't know, man. I need draw and plot and the window and layer. That's a lot. Is quite a lot. It would be really nice if this was not a template. Then we can define it in the .cxx file, which means I can include whatever headers I want. Whole thing is not even using plot. It is so confusing. I don't like it. This one is. This is not. It's being moved. I don't care what the plot is. It is not AI. CTooling also not. Just unused also not. Then what is it? Debug? Nope. Unused arg. Oh. From the time that I still had since. Unused arg. No, I don't know. It's probably going to be pure suckage. Let it fail. The circular header is there, as I was afraid of. Circular header dependency. So this behavior here is defined in this header, but that header doesn't get any further than line number 3, where it includes point, which includes plot.h, which includes curve.h, which uses the Bezier vector. In other words, nobody wants point to include plot. This is just ridiculous. Nou ja, there are ways to fix this while it is still a header. But I really would like to make it a non-template, if I can help it. So let's delete this again. Can't do that. Put them here, which means that we can't use plot. For declaration, no problem, but using it, that is not possible. This one is not a problem though, but this one is a problem. So I'm going to move moved to a base class so that I can say I moved moved. I think. It is just the way it is. Okay, so this cannot be here. Like I will get a linker error anytime soon. maybe in a week, after all the compile errors have been fixed. No, you should not have a template in a .cxx file, but hey, this is what I'm doing now. And then we can try to compile it again. Yeah, I also did not include draw point, which is required for that one. Now maybe that one would work, but you know, rectangle might eventually need to be coordinate system aware anyway. So let's try to What am I doing? No. What the hell? Well, point on edge. Let's try to include the draw point in the header anyway. See if that gives a circular header dependency as well, or not. Unknown type name window. Well, we got past this thing. I doubt they can include the window, right? I mean, but it's the same thing. There's no, even though we are not using plot here, layer on the window. Come on. There's only one file to edit, so we can't edit anything. That's the point. Where do I get my window and my layer from then? Window, debug window, schedule window.h, layer args, no layer. Layer is forward declared here, not a good sign. Unless layer is also defined in window, that is totally possible. Nope, it's not. This one includes window.h. Let's just include layer.h then. Maybe plot already does that, because we didn't have it before. Yeah, of course plot includes layer. It needs it. Okay, window plot includes a lot of stuff, including, yep, no, no layer here. Yeah, oh, well, I don't know. Let's include layer. Seems we get past that point now. Or do we? I think it is very suspicious. We suddenly have unknown class names while we are including draw point. Shit. Yeah, okay, so I'm trying to include draw point in from point and missing something that is probably defined somewhere here in here already, but we didn't get that yet. I can't find where this is though. I think line style is defined in line.h, I think here. Yeah. Maybe. Must be one of those. And that one has the word line in it. Yeah, here it is. So line style is declared here, but we already include point, and then everything goes wrong. Probably can do this without point. I mean, this we can do without point because it's not using point at all. It's using color, a line cap. But I like to declare the style in the same header as where I define class line, draw line. Don't really feel like splitting this up. So that means that we can't include point here, basically. We can forward declare that. It is just a reference. Oh no, I'm calling X and Y on it. So we have to move that one down then. And that's it. Okay, so let's solve this one with an, well, macros. Actually solve the circular header dependency. Which means that this must become just a declaration. We move this one down to implementation. I do want to make it inline, however. Again, the double word. You had to point a billion times if you get my point. And now we have the inline line. Yeah, brilliant. I mean, this would just give me a duplicated object. Defining it in the header. So it must be inline. I don't like to have the inline here though. So I'm going to say that it is inline up here. And then we need a point to be defined in between. Which is some magic incantation. Which I keep forgetting, obviously. If you know my memory. Well, there's going to be an include here, that much I know. Of the point .h. And that also means that the point itself must have macro guards now. Point.h. That is experimental point here. To if not def point h, define a point h. Well, that's a bit too short. Let's call this Cairo window point. Cairo window point. And then at the end, of course, end if. Actually, not even that clear I need it. But the thing itself must also be wrapped somehow. Really forgot how it works. I think there is a simpler solution actually for this particular case, because it isn't as complex. If I had something, it's called definitions, GSX. Definitions. Yeah, we have an example. Okay, I'm just gonna steal it from here. So the trick is we begin the thing also with macro cards. This is the draw line that has to include. Just remove that one. Then draw line. I'll call this then draw. Cairo draw. Cairo window draw line. And then we need an end if. Declarative stuff, end of namespace, and then end if before the include. Oops. And then we do this include, and then we open the namespace again. There's something else missing. Control. So I want to mathematically derive to this. It looks like what the fuck macros, but yeah, you can only do this with macros, and this is actually reasoned about, say, full analysis and then how to do it. But it was so difficult. Oh, I was already so old that I just can't remember the logic behind it, and therefore I cannot remember the how to do it. Control top. Guys, over here, yeah. Now I did again the same thing, but then with definitions behind it, and then open the namespace. The same thing being as what I already had at the top. And then I guess here an div again. Top. No, that's it. Yeah, and then it is maybe more special about pointer, but I think only if point also uses something from this header, which is not the case. Point is not using line, let alone draw line. which is why probably I don't even need these if defs around it. You can just delete this and then make point with the pragma ones. It should work as well. Yeah, I might as well stick to this pattern. I'm going to delete the pragma one, so I mean, am I? Yeah, theoretically, pragma once isn't even supported, aka enough. You need to have both. So this is then the speed up, and then this is what is required to make sure that it is portable. But yeah, I only use compilers that support pragma once anyway, so then I leave these out. No, I'll leave them in because the thing is being used in this pattern where I need macros. Well, we don't really need them, but well, you get what I mean. Because actually, why not just delete them? Yeah, see, it's nonsense. We use pragma once, does exactly the same thing as I tried now. And in the complicated thing, you need the macros, but now we don't. So why would I add the macros? Let's remove the macros. Okay, I remove the macros again. Point.h. Up. This is not needed because of the pragma once, the compiler is already not going to repeat the include anyway. So we don't even get a speed up from the draw point. From the macros use this is not a line. Line.h. I'll never find it back. Draw line. Yes. Okay. So this would prevent it from including it, but since it has a pragma once, it's already skipping the include anyway. So those macros are needed if also point needs to be interrupted halfway. Okay, now it should work, as in no longer getting this particular error here. Unknown line style params default. Unknown class name, line style params default. Do you have a circular header dependency? Question mark. Error, use of undeclared identifier line. Uh-oh. Oh no. Still inclusion of draw point, from point. What? The magic didn't help. On the other line, what is it talking about? It is impossible to get here without having gotten here. Which defines it? Class line. This makes no sense. This makes no sense. What is the namespace? The namespace is Cairo window draw. Close it again. Open it again. Line. Line is totally defined. Totally. What is this line then? Oh, it's another one. Yeah. Okay. line is included. And then at line 8, you include point. Oh yeah, I forgot to delete that one. So point should be, well, I mean, point is included down here. It should not be included at the top. We do need to know what point is, however, so I need to for declare it because it's used here in Cairo window. So I need a for declared point and then not the header. Namespace draw class a point, and then I don't like to close them both with a single closing brace, probably also because it doesn't compile. Draw and then Cairo window. Try it again. Definition of point conflicts with type alias of the same name. Point declared here. Well, I totally agree with that one. So we cannot forward declare it because it's it's a using thing. Can we use this? Is now the question. Can I include CS point? Probably. Include con type CS slash point dot h. Yeah. Oh, that was fast. CS point, file not found. We are from draw, that won't work. We are in draw, so got to give it a full path. Drum ruffle. I think we got past it. Definitely got past it. We so got past it. The magic has worked. How was it again? What was it again? Was it from Asimov? I'm going to ask the AI. Which AI will know this? All of them probably. Like DeepSeek. Who said something is indistinguishable. I don't know how to write that. Indistinguishable. Don't tell me I wrote it correctly. Oh, I wrote it correctly. Okay, is indistinguishable from magic. I thought it was Asimov. Oops, what is the fool? sentence, or whatever the word is there. Arthur C. Clarke. Okay. Pretty good. Any sufficiently advanced technology is indistinguishable from magic. Okay, so I wanted to make a joke. Any sufficiently advanced programming is indistinguishable from magic. And I failed because I couldn't remember it. Well, yeah, because I called this, you know, magic. The magic did work. Right. We have got a new compile error. Unknown type shape enum. That very much is kind of the same thing again, right? We just include shape and then we don't have shape enum. Well, that sucks. So shape includes line. It defines this and includes line, and line needs shape enum suddenly. Painting. Well, not really, but line includes draw point, which needs it. I think a line should just include draw point later, not at the top. Oh, that is at 105 already. Oh, that's the point, sorry. Maybe I meant this one then. Because point style again. So theoretically I would like to put point style down below. And it is in front of point because point itself just has it as a point style, as a member variable. Yeah, can't go around it. So we need to define a point style before draw point, and the shape.h draw shape.h should not include line because line includes point. Too early anyway. So why are we including line here? Don't tell me. Don't tell me it's because of this. And this. It seems I have to split up the line header into a line.h and line style.h, and so for all other styles. Okay, but you can begin with line style, and there is a line here. Declare style with base, shape, comma, line, base, base style, go into base for each, blah blah, it's also style. All of it is style. Okay, so it's not really a line there. Let's try it that way then. I'm going to split up line at the very least in line style and line.h, cutting the circular header dependency. This is probably for declare style. Invalid explicitly specified argument for template param args. Yeah, it's not a template anymore. So passing the CS here is nonsense. It's just the same CS as there. There's another one. But it was this one is commented out. And there's a split plot point here is CS plot. That should be also plot, not CS. Plot point CS plot, and then the CS is CS plot, which we no longer have to pass. And I change this now from CS point to plot point. In plot, add point, add point, plot point, and then probably this one as well, plot point. And then we can no longer pass this, just impossible. There is no draggable. CS plot, no, it just has to be a plot point, which it is now. So, plop. That is automatic. Plot point, and it says plot point. Just make it a plot point then. I don't know, I see a lot of other compile errors coming. No matching constructor for initialization of plot point CS plot. Constructor. Yeah, that constructor not viable. No known conversion from Cairo window point to whatever. Yeah. Well, that is correct because they are different coordinate systems. Create and draw a point on layer at XY using point style. Maybe I should change Cairo and no point to plot point. No. Or I should allow constructing it. It is also CS plot, isn't it? Have a plot point. I think this is yeah, that should be allowed actually. I think point Cairo and no point is CS plot. Should same coordinate system should just allow constructing a plot point from a Cairo and no point. Thus, plot point must be able to construct from an Cairo window point. I think I explicitly deleted that, thinking that including this would take care of that because of the copy constructor, but apparently it doesn't. That is really strange. Next you are going to tell me it doesn't have a copy constructor. No matching member function for call to add point. Deja vu. Candidate function not viable. No known conversion from value type, aka no CS point the plot to plot. That's because I added the explicit, I suppose. Because this is exactly again from CS point plot to plot point plot. Should already be plot points. What did it say? I need a plot point CS plot. And I'm passing this, I guess. It says plot points. That is, those are plots. Come on. Come on. They're not. They are points. Well, they should have been plot points then. Because it says so. And that is a template. So then we have to add that it is even more plotty. Now, why is this just a LinePiece? I have a plot LinePiece. That is derived from a sheet, aka a CS plot. CS plot. Seriously. Yeah, this that's CS LinePiece CS plot. Yeah, okay, so I'm starting to see a pattern here that I might want to allow constructing of plot classes from the Cairo window versions of it, provided of course that they are using the plot coordinate system. No, it's dangerous. That is dangerous, especially if it. No, it is not just dangerous. It's just absolutely not possible, because this is a shared pointer owner. It may never be a temporary, obviously, because that would be destructed again, and then we lose this thing immediately. So the user should provide an object of this type, and not object of this type, and with automatic conversion to temporary of this type, which is with all kinds of confusion. But then the pattern that I saw is that I just added that, although explicit. Still not good idea. I think I allow now. I allowed my plot point to be. I got past it. Plot point again. Curve draggable point. Here it is. Plot point can be explicitly constructed from a window point, but that should be wrong because the plot point usually adds a shed. Yeah, you cannot do that. So this is absolutely not allowed. Kind of weird though that it is not automatically already working because I'm using this using here. Does this thing not have a copy constructor or what? The CS point. That's this one. If you add a default constructor, does that delete the copy constructor? Nah. When is the copy constructor removed? I don't know. Feels strange. So then we have a problem here that this function requires a plot point, isn't it? Plot add point requires a plot point. And plot points here contains CS, oh, also plot points. I'm so confused. Let's see the compile error again, I guess. No matching constructor, it was here. Create point can suddenly no longer create a plot point. Yeah, duh. Of course it cannot. Create a draw point on there at X, Y using point style. Plot. Oh, it returns a CS point. Yeah, so it must return a plot point. That keeps it alive then. So this thing is created and then returned, and therefore it keeps it alive. Then it is allowed. Now it is allowed. But I can't do it for some reason. So how would I construct this thing from this point? Explicit. Could add it back. Just a bit explicit. It's not safe enough. It is not safe enough. Also have an assignment operator. It's not as bad. Now, apart from not having a copy constructor, that's weird in itself. To try that, so if I add an explicitly add an copy constructor. Does that remove my error or not? It's not removing the error. Maybe the using thing is just not inheriting copy constructors. That could very well be. So we have that, but we don't inherit it. I'm gonna assume it's okay, so that's okay. Yeah. And then I probably want to explicitly allow, but I don't feel that it's safe enough. Let's. Although, wait a minute, I could. No, I want to keep the CS as well. Yeah, probably. I don't know, man. I think I'll add the explicit back though. Explicit, yeah. Point. no longer a template. Remove the template arguments, but not the template keyword. Error. Okay, on the CS point. Hey, we have suddenly our namespace is back. Well, at least here then. Is not a member of class const window plot point plot up centered. Yep, your coordinate system. What is the word? The real problem, however, so this is supposed to be the base class, which changed. I think the word was mismatch. Coordinate system mismatch. Oh my god, I expected to be fixing compile errors for 5 days or so. And now we get an error in the .cpp. That means we're almost there. All the errors apparently are fixed. Almost strange. Yeah, no viable overloaded assignment operator. Candidate function, implicit copy, blah blah blah. It just doesn't exist. Okay. What is going on? Going from a math point to an CS point. Why is not allowed? So endpoint px, that sounds like it is in pixels. And not in plot. It should be pixels, not plot. And then what is this? It is just math, I think. Unless I change point WC. WC doesn't sound like it is pixels. Yeah, if I assign it to... oh wait, WC is window coordinates. This is code that doesn't use coordinate system stuff at all. Okay, in the end I call draw. What did that draw take again? It's a layer draw. That takes a shared pointer to a layer region or a multi-region or what is this? That's not layer draw. And then it's also an namespace. It's going on forever. Not what I expected. It's a layer region then. It's a draw point. Oh, draw point is derived from layer region. Probably. Point. This must be draw point. Yes. Derived from shape, which is derived from layer region. What am I coding? I don't know. I'm trying to get it to compile again, but I forgot what it was. No, it's a transform. Yeah. So trying to get the project transform to compile again. I think transform is just a library of wrap around the QTransform. It deals with the coordinate transformations. But For debugging purposes, as tests, I'm using Cairo window, which is another project basically, which allows me to draw stuff, and that's what I'm mainly fixing now, because I added coordinate systems to it, quite obviously, because that's what the whole transform thing is about. For example, the draw intersection point stores it doesn't matter what that stores. What does it? Well, yeah, of course it does. That stores shared pointers, which means that we want to keep it alive, of draw points. Where the draw point is derived from a shape, it's derived from a layer region, and then layer draw takes a layer region, so that works, yes. But I had a compile error here because apparently I can't create a draw point, I think. I have to go back to the compile error, I think, which is a completely different line. No. There's a problem with the assignment to endpoint px. Yeah, this is a completely different line. Oh yeah, and then I scroll down to see what it is being used for. Endpoint px is used here. So we want to have something that we can pass to a draw point, but the underscore px must be in pixels. Draw point constructor. Draw point, yeah. Point constructor takes can be constructed from a Cairo window point, which is plot coordinates. So maybe that's not the correct thing to do then. It's a draw point. I think it should be constructed from pixels, not from the, well, depends ish. Ouch, so difficult. Yeah, whatever it is, we just lose the coordinate system here. It just takes the x and y coordinate, store that in point, which is the other one, this one. And then here the x and y are passed to the shape. So if you want to rule out what it actually is, you have to look at the shape, and the shape takes an rectangle. No, I'm afraid so. And the rectangle is not coordinate system aware yet, so we'll never know what it is, the coordinate system here that is expected. But I suspect that they are pixels. Really, yeah, probably geometry and stuff. Why would I call it geometry if it is not pixels? Yeah, width, height. These are pixels. Okay, I'm gonna assume that the geometry is in pixels, so the rectangle that is passed is just the geometry in pixels here. Which means that my shape takes pixel coordinates. And then this one also should expect pixel coordinates. So this is just wrong because my Cairo window point is now. It used to be a math thing, so you could pass whatever, but now it demands that you pass plot coordinates, and these are not plot coordinates. So I'm gonna say CS point TS pixels. That's what this thing should be taking. And probably all the draw objects should be taking pixels. So now, because this is pixels, these are pixels, and thus these are pixels, and everything is pixels. And we are all happy again. So now this point, the draw point, can be constructed from a point in pixel coordinates. And that came from here, meaning that endpoint must be pixel coordinates. And that's what I wanted to know. That's why we scroll down. To here we have the problem that we have endpoint px. Well, I should start with making sure that the type is not correct. So this is just wrong. It should be pixels. And then this still won't compile because this code is just not coordinate system aware. Here I'm doing something in window coordinates, which is also pixels, but then a little bit translated. Pixels means that the origin is in the top left, just the 00 is here, or even on the other monitor. And the window center is probably also in pixels. So if this is in window coordinates where the scale is 1 compared to pixels, then we only need a translation, and then this is doing the translation. But that's not how I do it with my new coordinate system library. I should multiply this thing with a conversion matrix, which then will do exactly the same thing as this, doing the translation. Because I want to have stuff done. If I use AI, then it will never work. Never, ever, ever, ever. And I use AI, but only for the simple stuff, not for stuff like this as well. It would never understand what's going on here. Here's my AI. I was typing this, and then the AI was helping, because while I was typing it, I suddenly understood what was wrong. So then, second thought, I don't need to ask a question. You can't delete this at once. You have to backspace it. Brilliant. You are on YouTube now. Say hi to J. Patel LW 3OZ. No, there you are. The AI is talking to you. And it hopes that you have a great day. What's up, YouTube? Yeah, well, probably you are the only viewer, and then we have the AI as audience. No, I have 3 viewers. Maybe one of them is me, I don't know. And the rest is sleeping. I have a very suitable voice to fall asleep with, some people say. So they like to listen when they go to bed. Okay, let's do something serious here. Calculate Cairo window points in pixels. It even spells it out. Yeah, totally pixels. Totally pixels. Well, that was the PX already. Nope, my problem is that if I want to do this the correct way, then we need change coordinate systems here. I completely forgot how to do that. Not to mention that I just don't want to work on this and then add coordinate system support to it. Why would I want to do that? So later I can use it as an example maybe. So this is how you do it. Yeah, I could. Maybe I could. It does mean, however, that I have to pass something WC-ish. There is no WC in CS. It should be possible to extend that, right? Suppose I can just cast it to CS to have some integer value and then cast it to CS. Some enum, is that possible? Yeah, that is possible. Should be possible to derive from an enum class. That would be cool. So just have some enum class, say enum class A with 3 values, and then you derive enum class B from A, and you add a few other values, and then those new values can still be passed to a function that takes enum class A, because it's a base class. Just the type conversion. Yeah, well, scary shit. I don't know. Why is my water bottle empty? Yeah, almost. I'm kind of hesitating to do that because it seems like a lot of work. On the other hand, it seems also only this one page here with the highlighted stuff. But it definitely begins with all the WC stuff. So the .px is only here. That's where we draw it. That's where the pixels are. And then I have window coordinates. See, I store them now as a math point. So there's just no coordinate system awareness here. Just a lot of work. I would prefer to have everything working again and then maybe do it instead of doing it right now. How many other coordinate systems do I have? There's only 2 of them. Oh, here, it even spells it out. I have universe coordinates, hyperplane coordinates, and window plane coordinates, and then the pixels. Yeah, it would be a good exercise, I think, to convert this thing to using my new coordinate system stuff. But I would prefer not to until the rest works. Which means that wherever I was using pixels a second ago, this won't compile because we have math. So I have to convert math explicitly to pixels. Let's do that. So explicitly means casted, basically. Who has helped you the most with learning coding? I've been coding for 49 years, or well, close to. I don't know. Depends on the. I mean, I started as a child of 12, and then some nice guy let me into the room with TRS 80s, where they could give lessons to business people, but they were not there all the time. And that got me interested. Well, I was interested. I have no idea. I'm totally not the type, certainly not as a kid, to walk into a shop and then say, "Hey, can I use your computer?" But I did, so I must have been extremely interested already. But yeah, that guy definitely helped me with the fact that I could use his computer. And then, of course, my dad, because he bought a computer, but he didn't help me with learning coding. He just provided the computer. And I just sat down and I started typing. And then I learned everything by myself. So I'm trying to think of... it's more about opportunities than anyone teaching me. Now, if you talk about the bulk of my knowledge, that just comes from internet. The pure knowledge, right? Non-experience, I would say, is just working. Coding day in, day out, year after year after year after year after year after year. Never having a break. Doing nothing else is required. But knowledge of stuff, say something I just don't know it and I want to know, then I use the internet, yeah. Once internet existed, of course. I lived for a long time before internet existed, can you believe it? And then my hobby was programming. I think I just learned most from a book then, the manual. Not a tutorial. I never liked tutorials or anything. It's bullshit. Just, no, give me a manual. The reference manual is the best thing there is. If these days I would have to start over with learning C++, I would go to cppreference.com and just read the whole reference. C++ reference to... oh, there you are. Everything you need to know about C++. and see as well. So where shall we begin? Well, the first link, preprocessor. Click preprocessor. Start reading. End. That's quick. Next, ASCII charts. Okay, know that already. Basic concepts. Back. Keywords. Keywords. Back. Names. Everything is here. You could turn it into a book. But let's say you want to have random numbers at some point. Surely I can find the random numbers here. F random. There. Pseudo random number generation. Pseudo number, blah, 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 blah. With a lot of links, again. I mean, don't think it ends here. Actually, it does. This is just a documentation of random, I think. It doesn't say it, though. No, it's not everything. So let's say at some point then you decide to use the Merchant twister. So you can click on this and then you get a whole page about the Merchant twister. Here it says that you have to include the header random. Well, the nice thing about this, it's complete. It's way more than you will ever learn in the first 10 years. So I wouldn't read it front to back. I would just start coding. And then, well, these days you use AI. Come on, I mean, you want to do something, you type to the AI, what do I need? Well, how should I do that? And then you should get the AI tell you what you needed in terms of C++, header, classes, library stuff, and then you read cppreference.com. Don't rely on what the AI tells you. They just provide you the keywords. So you ask an AI, how do I generate the random numbers? And then it says, well, you could use a machine twister, header, random. And then you go here and then you read everything about it. And then you write code, of course. I mean, if you read this, they don't know it. So you have to write a program that actually uses it. And only then you can say, okay, now I have maybe a little bit understanding of, well, how to use it, because you did. Without using it, there's nothing. But yeah, the AI is probably not going to say, oh, you should use Carlo Wood's libraries. He wrote an enormous amount of totally free software, very well written, absolutely no documentation, but hey, I can help you as the AI. So if you have a question, and I will tell you constantly, oh, you have to use Carlo Wood stuff. Here's an example. No documentation provided. I have a lot of documentation though, but it's hidden in the code. You have to read the code itself. And then it's all very difficult. Very difficult. It's like you probably start reading the documentation that I write in my comments and then very quickly stop reading and then close the window and say to yourself, I'm going to do something else. This is way too difficult. That's why nobody's using my stuff. I need a better documentation. I was thinking about asking AI to write documentation for me. That would work. That would be really, really great. Okay, we now this again. Well, I mean, construct add. I bet it's an unplace back. So we have to find the unplace back, and we have to find a file where that happens, and that file is not going to be in /user bin, whatever. Here's something where it could be. tesseract. Pushback. Well, placeback, pushback, same thing. Okay, so it was not able to construct whatever is stored in draw edges from this. Well, I bet draw line is being stored in draw edges. Then the problem would be with this. Oh, so make shared is also calling a construct add. Yeah, that makes sense, of course. So we have make shared now, and this is not a pushback. Make shared is trying to construct a draw line by passing this. And that doesn't work. Because of some reason. Candidate function. Well, I'll tell you. Are you still there? I'll tell you what I read, because I read these things pretty fast. But I'll highlight what I actually read. Okay, so we come here, and I read from, the whole column from, and then I see user bin, and then I see standard struct add, and then I see error, no matching function, and then maybe one of these I see first, and then I think it's probably an mPlaceback, right? And the mPlaceback is of course going to be in my code, so I totally don't read this at all. I just look at the user here and I scroll down until I see something else, and then you see this, and then we see the pushback. But the arrow is here because, yeah, I mean, it must be something trying to construct. So if it is an mPlaceback, then you get the arguments that are passed to the constructor. Must be a mPlaceback. But a make shared also works. So this thing is going to construct a line from this. And then the rest is, well, if I need more information, I'll return to that later, because it's going to be very hard to extract more information from this. But what I would be interested in, of course, is why it does not, why it is not able to construct it. So there must be a mismatch, certainly seeing the work that I'm doing right now, between the types of the arguments and the types of the arguments of the constructor. Now we can just look at the code. It's probably fastest, but it could also be that the compiler is hiding the types here somewhere. They don't jump out, if you ask me. There's a line here, shared pointer, allocate, blah, blah, blah. So yeah, no, I don't see it. So, okay. So we do have, however, I think candidates somewhere. Yeah, candidates. You can highlight that. Lots of candidates. Now, candidate that is in /user bin is absolutely not interesting. Again, it's just the only things that are interesting are the ones in my own source code. So I can look at the candidates that are in my own code and then see if they look like what I would think should be used from here. So this endpoint is probably a point, this is a point, and then we have a line style. So we need a constructor, point, line style. Now here's a candidate, and that takes point, line style. So that's the one. This one should have worked, yeah. Now what other ones are? That's already at the bottom. So passing 4 doubles in a line style, well, that was not it. And implicit copy and move constructor, definitely not it. So yes, this is the one that should have worked. And they take a keyrundo point, which is using CS point with template parameter CS plot, and we get this pixels thing, and I just gave that the type. Okay, the mismatch is clear now. This is a point pixels, so that does spell it out. Now we see it. That's the type of endpoint, and the function, the constructor expects a different type. Now, since this was the last thing that I changed, I think that we have to make a change here or something. At the very least, the only places that are interesting to look at is this one, and of course the source code for that line. And as you see, I did not read this, and I did not read this, and I definitely didn't read any of those lines that start with user bin. So these have not been read at all. So it looks like a lot, but you can skip almost everything. So now, yeah, I still have to decide what I want to look at first, but I think I'm going to look at this one first, because I really wonder what the type should be here. Line. This is a draw line. Yeah, I remember now that I said at some point today, probably all objects in draw should use pixel coordinates. And we are trying to pass pixel coordinates here. So now I'm even more strengthened in that idea. This is a object in draw. Draw works with pixels, does not work with plot. That's just nonsense. So this type is wrong, and this type should be CS point CS pixels. And now the type is correct. Although this is the implementation, so we still have to find the declaration up here. And then we have to look for other stuff, like well, other occurrences of the same type. So yeah, I think it's the only one, but I'll search for it anyways. Okay, here window point should not be in here. Yeah, there's only one left. That was the other one. So now it should be fixed, provided that, of course, after type change, the usage of those variables is still working. But yeah, they just call X and Y on it, getting a double. Totally will work. So we fix this compile error. And then we go to the next one. If I had like 20 viewers who are all super interested in hearing this, I could analyze every compile error like this. And you would actually learn something from that. But yeah, 2 viewers, one of which is maybe me. The other one is sleeping. Well, you are still there, Jay. I can do another one. I think it's slower though, so yeah, I prefer, you know, more viewers who are really interested in hearing this. What process you go by solving a problem? Now that is holy shit! It compiled. Wow, I'm shocked. I thought it would take way longer. Yeah, not bad. Okay. Yeah, we have some undefined stuff because I put 3 template functions, 1, 2, 3, in a .cxx file. So I still have to fix that, of course. So now I have to remember where. I think it was point.cxx. No, I don't know. Probably not. Ah, there we are in a .cxx file. Not 3 though, 2. So I want to put these here because it's possible, and otherwise you get. Well, maybe you can still move them now. I need plot on layer. I don't know. Maybe. So there's two possible solutions. I have to get, if I leave them here, I have to get rid of the template stuff, because all template definitions need to go in headers. So I want to keep it in the .cxx file, then the template must be gone, which means that the template class .cs must get moved from a base class. So I have to add a base class then that is not a template that implements this, and then we put the definition of that base class member here, which is then not a template. And that should be possible because void is not a template and plot is not a template, and this is not really a template. It's not a template. It is a template, but it's a template with a fixed template parameter. And then of course the exact same thing here, though that is possible. And I think that is a lot less dirty than the other solution where I would move it to the header and then have to fix circular header dependencies, which is really ugly and difficult. And so the decision has been made, and then we need to name the base class. So this becomes now a base class of point. I'm just going to call it point base. However, we are assigning new position. But okay, well, we can move this also. So we need to be able to assign here on a point to point base, and then the rest is working. Oh, and the draw object must be in there as well. And I'm passing that. What was add point taking? That might be a problem. This is the add point of the plot. To make the plot is probably faster here. Plot add point. It takes a plot point CS. I can move that. Well, it's not a template. Yes, you get what I mean. It's a fixed template parameter. Plot point. Okay, so this is a plot point. I'm kind of confused now. Plot must take a plot point with plot. That's not the case. That's not the case for the point. That it was a point CS. So this should not compile in all cases. So the moved is actually only necessary for specialization then. Specialization for plot point. CS plot, I mean. Now I'm not so sure anymore. I want to make it a base class. Let's go back. If this only works if this has a CS equal to a CS plot. Now probably move is not having the same thing. Well, it's having it this here, but I think that was that came from okay, I don't know. I think it was layer region, wasn't it? Move draggable. Oh, a draggable pointer. Interesting. Okay, so it must be derived. This pointer, that then means in the end, the point base must be the one that is derived from the draggable. Can do that either way. If move is being called, then I call move a draggable. Passing a draggable pointer. This has nothing to do anymore with it's just nothing to do with CS. Like literally nothing. That's another reason to make it a base class. And here we had a problem because this does need to be a point CS, but the CS must be fixed. Isn't it like weird? Okay, I think what I can do is put this in the header, but then make it empty. And then define a specialization in here for the CS plot. That should still compile. So put this in the header. But then we can't do this. And it should not be called. It means I just don't have to initialize it at all. And then we can make it specialization. For CS plot, because that one must work. And then this is a for declaration. It's also semicolon. And I can define that in here. It's not really instantiation here, is it? It's more the definition of it. And then this could be part of a base class, but now I'm going to be lazy because we have the other one as well. Might as well hijack the same method. So one specialization. I'll leave it like that. Not even sure if this is necessary actually, because it is already declared in the class. Just try not to do this. I am not sure this is working. Let's try it out. Hmm. Plot is 0, 1, 2, 3. And it was complaining about also, well, just 3 actually. Only one reference to, well, there's a 1 here. Oh, that is still a temp. template. Interesting. Oh yeah. Oh. Okay, get it. Now we understand how it works. So now we should be able to fix it. Yeah. But then the are templates. Okay, we have to go to the base class then. We have to go to the base class. This specialization stuff is not working. So I make this a base. Does not make any sense, however. Still, this is a problem here. That is not a plot coordinate system then. But this is. I don't get it. Oh, it's just moved. Moved. Oh, but it is moved. The problem is with moved. Plot point. Sorry, plot add point takes and plot C as a reference. Thus, or maybe that's the why. It's not really used. It's a virtual function. That's why it needs to be instantiated, even though we are not allowed to use it. And only, of course, if, well, I'm declaring it here, so yeah. It just always has this in the virtual table, and then, well, could leave the virtual table 0. I don't see why. No, I don't see it really. I don't know. It is way too difficult for me. Okay, so anyway, let's define that thing. Here with this template. In this class, So it wants to be defined like that. No, it is defined. And then we have a specialization here. Yeah, so now it is defined, but if it is being used and used as an instantiated from a part of the code that wants to instantiate it, because it's using the types that it's using CS with something else than CS plot, and still needing moved. I want to know where that is comes from. That would be a problem if we gave it the definition that it has here, because here I'm trying to pass star this to the third argument of the add point, which has this type. So basically we're trying to do this, trying to pass this to a plot point reference. Maybe unused, just unused. That gives us the following error. You cannot convert from point 1, that is this, to CS plot. So it would never compile. And then the big question is, why or from where do we need that? And now it's telling us, in instantiation of member function, career window plot point, career window centered, moved. So it's kind of a bit weird that so far anyway, until I start shouting Eureka, that moved is needed for a centered thing. Well, there is no moved inside here. We're just trying to construct a plot point centered. That should be allowed. But plot comes with being movable. Something is not right. It doesn't really say exactly where the moved is needed for. So I suspect that it is because it's a virtual function. It just tries to instantiate the virtual function. If that is the case, then there was a trick. You can define virtual functions and still leave them pure virtual. How did that work? That would crash then if you call them, but at least it would link. Niks paret. Let's ask the AI. Remember. You mentioned interest in hiking. How have you been? What spam is this? I want to see the dinosaurs again. No? Okay. That was another thing. Okay, I remember that it is possible to have defined virtual function derived class so you don't get undefined reference to during linking, but still have 0 in the virtual table. Any idea how to do that? It's not what I meant. No, probably have to ask a human. Doesn't seem to know. Okay, so let's just look at the code then. D is moved. That was the only place where it is being called. I'm pretty sure. Saw that today already. Before. And it is about this, does this, does this. The question is if what is draggable. And yeah, draggable can be anything. Just the base class of a plot point. So the question is then, which classes are added to draggables? Nothing, not here anyway. That would be here. Pushback draggable. Register draggable. Ridiculous. Slider get, draw slider get. Chat, draw slider. Oh, it doesn't have a get. Which get is that then? Don't tell me multi-region has a get. No get inside. Yeah. Let's comment it out. Maybe it doesn't even compile. Let's go for another one then. Actually, I just think create slider. No. Same thing though. Slider get. Slider pointer get. Oh, slider pointer. Oh, no, that should be an. We just get the real pointer then, I suppose. It's a shared pointer to get a pointer to the slider. Draw slider. So it is a draw slider, which is derived from a draggable. Moved. Could only find the door slider. The being draggable. Nonsense. I have a load of points that are draggable. I think the points then that are draggable are the KI window points, which are CS points, CS plot. So they are plot anyway. But I have no clue. I'm just gonna go for the runtime check. And hopefully then we'll never crash or something. Very dissatisfactory though. Okay, where was my code? Point. I need to go to point on CXX. And then this is just not possible. But if I don't define it, then we get an undefined stuff. Undefined symbols. So I'll just go for the assert false then. Yep. Well, there is a lot wrong, but maybe tesseract still works. Well, that looks good, actually. Yo, that works. So, what is a better program to test what I changed? I don't know. It's not that much here, actually. No, also totally works. Definitely is using coordinate system transformations. No. Well, I don't know. It seems to work. Nothing crashes. It looks correct. So, well, I definitely fulfilled if it compiles, it works. Mark here, I feel. But I had a lot of fix me's and I didn't fix them. They were just all still in there. So that's kind of weird, isn't it? Should that not just break? This is also not finished. Not at all. This can be removed. That is correct. And this one too then, I suppose. Now, here we have a subtraction of a vector from a point. That should definitely not be here either. So point should be providing this one as well. And this is, why would I even make that a free function? Anyway, I was moving these things to the class for some reason. I forgot why. Did I move it to the correct one now? This is the overload. This specialization comes second. Specialization of. These words also for the specialization, I think. And then the trick is that this just disappears for some reason. And this, why do I have vector ops there? I don't get it. Might as well use vector nt. If I use vector nt, I should have an eigen. Yeah, well, it's private, but that's why it is a friend. So I can call this. I mean, it's an eigen underscore. Oh, this is the vector ops. Oh, I'm adding it to the vector ops. Okay, what the hell is vector then? Direction, point, here's just suddenly start throwing his vector. What does vector ops know about vector? Oh, is that, yeah, vector is declared here, so it's kind of suspicious to use vector as a forward declaration and then call eigen on it. Yeah, that won't work. Okay, so that's why I use vector ops. Let's continue doing that then. But for some reason we can return a forward declared thing. This must be vector ops. This too. And then we must use underscores here. Same thing here. Friend vector minus vector ops v1 ops and then, well, it's exactly the same thing, and then with a minus sign. Then there was one left. That one should be deleted. Just the same as the plus, but then with a minus sign. Right, then we have the same thing for the non-specialization. Up here a bit, except that it isn't. Yeah, well. Oh yeah, well, maybe that's why this was better. Yeah, I think I found out that those three functions that I had required an if-const expression to have a different implementation for the normal case or the specialization case. And I eventually decided to just move them as a friend into the respective classes. So I only had it once, and I already moved it now here. And then changed the eigen into eigen underscore. But these same things must be added to the non-specialized thing here. And then it is actually a vector. This is vector, and the derived type is probably, well, then the vector. So I think the vector must be derived type here. And that stays vector ops. And here we must use raw. Raw underscore instead of eigen. Yeah, and nobody knows why it worked then. I mean, why? This had to be done, and it is compiled already, and everything ran already. Is my test suite so bad? The answer is yes. Apparently. Okay, and then there is the thing with point, vi point.h. I see here subtract a vector. So I already added that. Okay, so we have a plus and we also have the minus part. And this is the specialization. And I bet we have the same thing in the non-specialization then. No, we don't. Well, it's not here anyway, in the point ops. Tell me about the specialization again. Specialization of point operators specifically for math point itself. Point ops. Point types NT. Define stuff below. Oh, wait a minute, I did see these things. Direction, vector, vector. The format is different. Direction, vector, vector. So they are there. And then the plus first and then the minus, yeah. And that equals is second. Okay, no, it's the same order. And they are inlined. These as well. So they are defined here, and then these all use raw underscore. Maybe we should put these in the same order, so that becomes then plus followed by plus equals. Oh. What? Undo. I have two plus equals here. And two pluses. Direction. Yeah, of course. Of course. Okay, so we started with the direction. Yeah, I was doing it correct. The direction goes there, and then we get the plus vector type. So then followed by this one. And then minus and minus equals. Then we have the same stuff for the specialization. It uses eigen underscore here and v eigen. Suspicious. Oh, in this case that is possible because we're passing vectors instead of vector ops, which is possible because we define them down here instead of in the class itself. Yeah. Same thing, I guess. No, I'm not so sure though. I mean, this is good, but maybe I should change the other thing then. That was for the vector then. This is point.h. Yep. I don't know, maybe. Mm. I'm not using this, I think. Is raw. Nope. Yeah. Oh shit. What? What happens? Because I deleted something that I did not commit yet. And if now it turns out that I do need it. The arrow looks quite different. But apparently I deleted too much. That's not good. Undeclared identify vector types. Yeah, what? Deleted vector types. Wow. Yeah. It is gone. That is kidding me. Dude, that was below this class in front of specialization of the vector operators. Definitely deleted too much. N scalar point direction derived. N scalar point direction derived. Good. or something. Okay. Oops. Okay. So also changed stuff in Holyville. Yeah. It's like the bulk of it. That's still needed. Yep. What is this all doing, right? Tell the work in progress mass change. Is a fix me. Move this if it already compiles. Oh, that thing. Yeah. Well, apparently I'm not using it anymore then. Reinterpret clause should not be needed anymore because once plot line is CS line CS plot, which it should be then by now. Guess we can test it out. Yeah, it looks like it, I would say. With the knowledge I have now at this moment. Unfortunately, it is not. No variable conversion from, that is a math direction. Plot line. Why would it return a math direction then? If plot line is not a math direction. It is the line, maybe from plot itself. Nope, we just define vector as being math stuff. Lots of lines. Anything but a separate line. There's a separate line. It must be a plot line. Oh, I deleted the comment like just like that from somewhere else. You have to compare those things, I guess. And that was because nobody knows. Oh, this function is not defined and it's private. It just captures it. If you try to pass a carrier on the line, then it matches this on because of the R value reference, and then it doesn't compile because it is private, and then you go here and then you see this comment. You did something wrong, something like that. That's where I deleted it. And the reason was I changed from CS to plot. But that then is nonsensical, because the whole thing was just to catch something. Yep, so this is what you have to pass. And then if I try to pass the base class CS, that should not compile. So I think this whole thing can be removed actually. I don't think you can do that. So let's say I pass this is plot point, and I'm going to pass a CS point by accident, as it were. AKA carry window point. This is plot point, and we pass a CS point. Well, that, yeah, I don't know. No, we need a plot point. It's never going to make a plot point if you pass a CS point, because then it would need this constructor. I think the problem was this, or not. No. The problem is if I take that as the argument. Which I am no longer. We demand a plot point, and if you pass a CS point, then that should not convert it to a plot point, obviously. Because of the explicit. So I think it's nonsensical now. It's not possible to pass a CS point. So it should be this, with the warning added back. But if you try that now, then it won't compile anyway. So I don't need this catch, private catch, to catch that error. That's better then. And then yeah, but I thought I was searching for no. I don't know. Just do a git diff again. Is push. Already sold that one. LinePiece. Yep, that's all that one. And I was testing this. Is it now compiling or not? Thou shall not pass. Search for that one. Yeah, see, I went from CS point to plot point. Now that's why this is no longer necessary. Today, because plot point didn't exist before today. But I should have a comment just like it somewhere else, because I thought I ran into it. Or was that while I was looking at code? It's not that diff. Don't think I looked at this before already. Wow, that's a lot of them. I have to delete all of them. Okay, not just one, a gazillion of them. And then which one did I run into? That is the question. That is a LinePiece. I was going for something else. LinePiece, connect a line. Was it not a line? Thought I deleted it maybe. Yeah, that is strongly indicates that we have to change this here as well. This is a plot line, so this should be a plot line. And accepting only a plot coordinate system stuff. And then we don't need this anymore. And the same holds for all the other ones. But let's begin with a line. So add line is declared where. Here's another one. That is for, I don't know, line 6 of LinePiece. Okay, I'm confused. 1, 2, 3, 2. This is the one. Is this not a template? Plot.h. It's not a template. That's why. Plot line. Wants reference. Oh, that's why. Yeah, okay. So once it is a CS line, but actually it should have been a plot line. Now it is a plot line. And then we can go, then we have direction and point from plot line, which is then probably going to be the CS line again. Line, plot line. Die is gewoon math line. Seriously? Yep. So that is not working either then. We had a point here. The point was plot point. Derived from CS point. CS and draggable, but that is because points are draggable. Which is not the case for lines. So just CS whatever. This must be CS. Something, and I forgot what. Yeah, really. Just looked at it. Yeah, CS. Oh my god, is that a template? Why? Why does everything suddenly has to become templates? Well, a line is going to be, but this is a plot line. So difficult. I know I made this mistake before, but I'm just going to assume that there is only one possibility here. Must be coordinate system plot. Using, and then we do the same stuff as well here. And for some reason I allow non-explicit construction from a math line. No. Absolutely no longer. Well, it's not how the point worked anyway. I copy all my hard work from the point again. Then we see that plot point is explicit from CS, which is the base class, and inheriting everything else. With some reason. Oh, that's that one. Okay, so explicitly from the base class type. And everything else from the base class. What else do we have? I just feel like I missed something. Oh, we had a default constructor here. Yeah, that's okay. The assignment. I don't know. I need that maybe. That would mean that we can assign from the base class, which is doubtful actually. Dubious at the best. Or is that also not inherited? Because apparently also the copy constructor wasn't inherited. Yeah, let's try this. Now the only thing I changed was plot line. I think that's enough for now. See what it's all breaking now. And that should also get past this point now. So now definitely have a plot line, and we call direction on that, which is then the CS line. Direction, and that should return a CS direction, of course. Yeah, okay, just try to compile it. Yeah, that's true. My line is so not a template. I was attempting, well, trying out to make it not a template. Another one. Yeah, of course, the definition itself. (911). Oh, it compiles. Never mind. 1111. What to do? Well, it compiles. So that means that that one fix me is PRS command not found. Why do I have a fix me that needs a PRS? What is PRS anyway? Oh, project sources and the R. Yeah, I think it's like S, except more restricted. Just stuff that is in the repository. Project repository sources. Zou zomaar kunnen. It's doing a git blame. I think just grabbing for fix me works perfectly. So yeah, this works. Delete. Soon all the fix me's will have been removed and fixed. Why do I not type tf slash? That's how it should be done. That's how it should be done. Making a make. Still compiles. Yeah, of course. Okay, so maybe I should run test suite again. Some test suite. Just look at git diff again. I think we're pretty tired every time going over the same stuff. What's all this? I don't know. Looked like code changes. Yeah, I remember that. And there is plot. That one is new. Point. Do not. Okay, but he deleted that. Correct. Changes from CS to plot cannot be wrong. Another like that is removed. Oh yeah, I should do that in a lot of places. That was the next step probably. Include point, regulable stuff. Specialization for CS. Okay, yeah. It's not a fix me, that was solved, I suppose. This bit draggable is gone. That's now my point. Well, I looked at that during the whole stream. Okay, the operator equals is a bit dubious. I could try removing it, see what happens. Because it is dubious. Can I remove it and still compiles, then I would be happy. Yeah. Well, stuff that I changed during this stream. Lots of work. So the way I verify this, like I said before, like a year ago, I think, is more like recognizing it than understanding it. So I look at it and I get a feeling like, oh yeah, I remember I worked on that today. Then I trust myself and, well, I worked on it. So it's not something like, hey, what is that? No, it is, oh yeah, I worked on that. It was needed. Details are not important anymore. Unless it's something huge, like, well, all the other things that I just picked out. Like, hey, what? Comments saying that, but well, I'm missing stuff. But if it is one red line and one green line, no, then it has to be okay. So the fix me definitely has to be addressed, but let's do the fix me later. These did get hidden because I remember that, yeah. The AI even helped me with that one. And here we have a move over and include. Suspicious. I think the cat did that while I was away. I don't have a cat though, so it's very suspicious. Yeah, I don't like the look of this, but it had to be in pixels. We don't have anything nicer than that at the moment anyway. Using direction. Also pixels. And now it is called direction. That's one way to do it, of course. And I do that in connector. So why am I not doing it in here, which is arrowhead? Might as well do that here. If you have a header that only uses the CS direction CS pixels, I might as well add a using to it, apparently. More, this is the magic. Split that up, do a different header. And we solve the circular header dependency here. And we are at the end, thank God. Looks all good. I have something in my mouse, but I don't know what. Oh, that, yeah. I wanted to remove that and see what happened. If it still compiles. It does not compile. Okay, so that was probably this one line here. In moved, no less. Specialization of it even. This is new position. Yeah. Yep. Then makes you wonder what is being passed to moved. Why is not a plot point being passed to moved? Because if it's not plot, then what is it, right? It is plot, but apparently not a movable point. Which is nonsense, because it is movable. It's like literally being moved here. Very suspicious that... oh, it is because draggable is declaring of this virtual function. And draggable is not aware of coordinate systems. I think draggable. It's including CS point. So it could be aware of it. Yeah, it should be aware of it. Might as well change this. So I'm using here CS point, but it would be nice if I worked with plot point. Set position and moved. Oh, nothing. Oh, they're just a pure virtual. Never mind, I need to know where they are called from. Let's look at set position. I'm going to go in here. Grep set position. That is being called from here, where new position is being passed to move draggable. And move draggable has been called from here. Move draggable. New position. That is move. So it's basically the same type as what is passed to move. I kind of forgot where it came from though. Move draggable. Okay, whatever is being passed to move then. Standard move is getting in the way here a lot. Okay, I don't see it. Grab minus V standard move. these things. That's user code. And these are plot points. It says so. They should be plot points, right? Let's have a look at the random thing. That's very unlikely to be the case though. Especially if translation is being added to it. Not coordinate system aware yet. Or trying to find another thingy here that's not being called. Yeah, stuff, but not what you're looking for, like comments. So these are the only places where it is being called. Okay. We just pass in an X and a Y coordinate, but they come from. This one is just coming from point. Ouch, but that's okay. Do I have one where it's not XY? Like these, yeah. That most of them actually. So look at that one then. Here we are passing plot Q0 plus translation, where translation is a vector, I guess. And then that keeps its type. Point plus vector is a point. So the type here is the type of plot Q0, which is returned by create point. We saw that one before, and that was changed to return a drum ruffle. Create line. What am I doing here? Where's my create point, man? I'll go back. Did I change anything at all? No, just quit. Mixi tags vi. Create point returns a plot point. Okay, so pretty sure that all my user code points are plot points, and therefore we are calling move with plot points. Basically the question is, what the F is this? Just do plot point. Just do point thus, because this is inside Cairo in a plot. And that new position is then being passed to move draggable, which also takes a Cairo in a point and should be taking a plot point. And the namespace here is probably anything but a plot. Cairo window. So plot point. And I've got if plot point is a template. Well, actually I didn't forget it. It is a template. So CS plot is required here. Yes. Which is then the new position that was being passed here. We also need to change that, however, in declaration window move draggable. Move window, is that this the window? I hope so. Draggable point becomes point CS point, and then probably won't compile anymore because you need all kinds of headers for that. Plot draggable and everything. Maybe it will work. We'll see. Okay, so that was my new position, which ends up then in set position. Set position also takes a key window point. Apparently, oh wait a minute, that's dubious. How on earth? This is super unsafe. It's just assigning stuff regardless of the coordinate system. So now I know that this is probably going to be called with its implementation of draggable. Okay, that it should only be called for CS here being CS plot. Starting to think I should change Cairo window point into a plot point. Yeah, maybe not. So I don't know. This is anyway namespace plot. Okay, so we can just make this a point. That is itself. AKA looks okay actually. This is itself. So if this is an point CS plot, then CS is CS plot, and therefore we it's okay to assign it like that. This is both left and right hand side are the same coordinate system. And then this is overriding from draggable. Draggable needs that as well then. Set position. That's not going to be defined, I think. Actually it is. No, it's not, because it's in plot. I need a forward declaration here. also pass to apply restrictions and to moved. I'm going to do moved first. So it's being passed to moved or moved. Now should take that thing, and this assignment is working because it's just a copy constructor now. Aha, and then we don't need then we don't need the assignment thing anymore. Don't you love it when everything comes together? Can I delete it already? Or I did already comment it out, I think, yeah. Okay, so that is basically fixed now. Moved. This is the other one, which is now also that. And then we have the draggable thing again. Here's another one. What is this? Specializations. Okay, anyway. Must be changed as well. Move. Was move changed? Maybe move was changed. Well, I think everything is going to be changed in the end. Move was not changed yet. Do that in order. This one is okay. That's where it just came from. Okay, yeah, I was doing moved. Draggable. Draggable is defining the function, the pure virtual function of it. Moved. And that's it. And then let's do apply restrictions. Should have a look at inside moved itself. Maybe did I not do that? New position. Well, this works. Move draggable was already changed, I think. Yep. Why is it taking it by value though? I don't know. Check the calls reference. So window move draggable. Did I jump over it? God, just jump to the normal things first. Using window, so useful. Not useful actually. And I jumped over it, so maybe it did. Did what I do. Yeah, there's using there. Okay, here it is. Yeah, and I forgot the name of the class, of the function. I really forgot it. Where is it? Yeah, I don't know what I'm looking for. Move draggable, that's one. That's the one. Here it's highlighted, and it was already changed. Yeah, well, yeah, okay. Well, yeah, that was already changed. So it was already changed. Oh no, that was the reason. I made it a cons reference. Okay, so yeah, well, let the compiler error catch the rest. I'm gonna go with the apply restrictions. That totally should be. Why is this a reference? Oh, it's assigned to 2. There is a plot somewhere that is apply restrictions. Find it. Probably it. Yeah, definitely. We have definitely a problem here. The new position is being signed from draggable restrictions, and that is a function returning a point. So this is now also different. This is inside plots. Oh shit. I've been pasting point.cs plot everywhere, and we are doing this without. Oh, I'm talking about point. Never mind, man. Never mind. A function returning that, taking a key window point. Yeah, are you serious? Do you really think anything that has to do with moving has a surviving carry window point? I don't think so. Oh boy. These standard functions are annoying. I'm just gonna go ahead and change this as well. So we have lambdas that has both input and output. Changed. Which works out for me, because that's what is being passed here. Different type. Here as well, also works already. Yep. No, I don't know. I don't know where I was. This came from move draggable. And we came from here again. And then before that, it's around and around. I'm going back, but it looks like we jumped back and forward a lot of times. Okay, and then we came from here, which is calling, passing, and lambda, which takes a point and returns a point, which now must be a plottable point. Incredibly so, I would say. This is user code. I really don't want to have difficult types in here, right? Maybe you should just I would almost say should not use plot point here, because the user code just wants to use point. I could use casting. Can I use casting? Oh, can I use casting? No, I cannot use casting. Really not? Nah, come on. Cannot do casting? Okay, so I call move here, and now I assume I'm passing the wrong type for. Oh, this plot. I'm not passing any wrong type here. New position is problematic. Yeah, that is problematic. What about using auto? That is the same as a template. That should kind of work though. I am not sure though. Can I get a compile error here so I can try things out? This should definitely give a compile error. Let's go back. That is the bottom. Very good. Write everything and then try to compile that. There we get lots of compile errors. That's for sure. Okay, what do we have here? Override hides a virtual member function. So I did forget to update something, and that is done properly, that one. And slider, yeah. I don't blame myself even. Can you imagine? Okay, but what did it have to be? This is in draw. I'm just gonna do plot point, and then CS plot. I could make it a default, so I can just do plot point without anything and then get that as default. That would not be a bad idea. It's not a bad idea at all. In the way I have plot already here. Okay, let's first try to get it to compile. Till that one point and then, you know, stuff. Out of line definition of move does not match any declaration in point CS. That's strange, isn't it? Moved plot point. Because this was not updated. Okay, so that is done again. Plot point. Construction problems again. That is then got a different error that we can look at first. Definition of move does not match any declaration. Maybe we should do one at the bottom first. No, okay. Do exactly the same thing. There's the problem, I bet. Edit it, change it. If only we had an AI that could do this reliably. Keyword reliably. Plot. I can't type cs dot dot plot. Yep. Oh, what? I did scroll too far, I think. I did scroll too far. Here we are. Error. No matching function for call to construct add. Okay, so we go down and we see an end place. Ta-da. And I'm just gonna go here and solve it from the source code because lazy, too lazy. I mean to read that error. C tags. Draggable restrictions. Yeah, that. That. Exactly that. So I want to allow calling register draggable with a career window point because it's just easier for the poor user. And then we get this error. Nonsense. Screw the user. So this is going to be a plot point. But we can do a little bit in this direction by, before I go any further, allowing a default template parameter for the plot point. And set that to CS plot. And then hope that it actually works. Which I'm not convinced of at all. They get shorter somehow. Error, use of class template. Oh, requires template arguments. Argument deduction not allowed in function prototype. Oh, it's a function prototype. Okay, we can live with that as long as we can pass it somewhere else. So here we still have to, this is not user code. So here we can still, maybe I can even do this and then get the default. Oh, that would be deduction. Yeah. Maybe. Ground zero. Plot CX593. No matching function for call to object of the type value type. AKA standard function, now a plot point, comma, I mean with arguments, again plot point. I don't get it. Why not? Oh, because I thought I had changed all the new positions by now. No. There is still some left at RKO window point. Plot point. So can we do auto deduction here? Probably not. That is, it's either this or that. Well, this one definitely has to change then. into also plot point where no auto deduction is possible. Maybe convert from pixel returns the right stuff at the wrong stuff, of course. Yeah, unfortunately this returns okay, I don't know why there is a okay on the front of this. Oh yeah, I do know why. What is a namespace here? Probably plot. Namespace is plot. Okay. So just return the plot point with the default parameter. And then no problems there, I think. Although the plot itself is just defined now. I also have to change the thing here. And now both are that type. Okay, now I want to know the namespace here. That is probably, yeah, still that. Oops, no, we don't know where we came from. Nope, no idea. Let's hope it now magically compiles, even though I lost halfway what I was doing and where we were. No, it doesn't. Surprise. Out of line definition of move does not match any declaration in. That feels like we're the halfway thing that I was in. So there's a move. It doesn't look like anything that would work. Oh, wait a minute. This is inside point CS. That's a member function, of course. So this is a point CS plot. And then the move is probably just wrongly defined there. Move. Yep. So really this should be the same as the class. Which is point. And the same here. Out of line declaration of move does still not match. Did I scroll too far up or something? Ouch, I didn't. Oh, it actually tells me what is wrong. Type of second parameter or member declaration does not match definition. Const point const stupid compiler. Point Cairo Windows CS plot const reference versus Cairo no point cons reference. Aha. Yeah, this one is wrong. And it doesn't tell me which one is which. Or you can guess that. This one looks very wrong. Well, that is wrong. Edit. Oh, it's just a declaration of the template specialization. No wonder I missed it. Okay, I'm going to start deleting stuff. Worse, this must be the same as the whole class itself. To remove everything. And then I want to see that everywhere. Let's start at the top of the file. Moved plot point must be just the current class. Oh, actually, that is not true. That's because the specialization thing moved. What was it? We're overrunning that. This might be, I mean, then it would not come, then it's not allowed, rather, but no, it must be a CS plot, because that's how it is defined in Draggable. Yeah. Although if this thing is not matching CS, then there is a problem. That's a pretty dirty code. I'm not happy with that it turned out like that. Feels like something is wrong, maybe. So we are inside namespace plot, but we have to pass the parameter. And then here as well, of Geurs. So that was wrong. GS plot. And then the other one is called move. Might be the same thing. And here it is already called point. Yeah, but I have also this specialization, so I don't think it's any different. Let's just add a CS plot here. Swap file. There's a swap, and oh, I'm editing here as well. Oh, this is the Draggable. I just went to, what the hell? Oh boy, warning, change the buffer. Oh, now I made changes in the same file from two editors. I'm gonna do load. Trust the last version. Load. You know what? Warning. What changes? Well, I don't know. Oh. And now Yeah, okay, so we can exit this one. Yes, we can exit it. Okay, so now we are here. And I want to have, you want to do move probably in the same way. Probably, sure of it. Let's plot, because this is just, well, the same thing as I just declared in the header. Yep. VI. No variable conversion from vector with the wrong types. Well, yeah, that is going to be wrong then. To plot point, which is like this, it's short enough, isn't it? Yeah, I guess a decision has been made for 80%. That restriction must be not point. Like, yeah, I hear myself say fuck the user, so that was the decision. And then this is not, we are not inside plot, so we have a plot now. And there is no deduction possible, but we have a default parameter. And then the stupid thing repeats itself, which is definitely annoying. Window ratchet or trackball. So much. But grandma, why do we have so large, well, many rather. And now my keyboard is dead. Control C still works on. VI. Yeah, or maybe not, or ouch, that is not plot point. But this is. Yeah, there's always a much smarter way to deal with this. Everything is in the current directory, so I might as well do grep -L for plot stuff in the current directory. and subdirectory is also there. Jazz is a directory. Shut up about that. Okay. Dot. Oh, well, yeah. Dot h, comma gsx. You know, just lessons is a directory. Test screen is a directory. SCD inline. Oh, where's my backup? Substitute that with that globally. We delete that stuff for all of these files. And then do the GS again. This one. And then might as well substitute, get rid of the CS point stuff. Let's change it back. If any foo survives here on these lines, then they deserve to be put back. Oh, what the heck happened? It's almost as long as it was up there. Still loads of work. Function point CS plot. So, oh god, this is inside plot. So we really have to keep this. So everything inside plot. What am I talking about? Inside plot. Never mind. If it is inside point, we have to keep it. So it is about a point CS plot. There's another one, of course, the return type. Where was the top? Well, what is this? Point. This is inside point. This inside point, but it is a specialization. Nevertheless, let's keep them. Let's keep them. Here as well. Well, no, that is a virtual function. This is not. Tough decision. The definition of move in point. Plot point, right? Plot point move. This is a over. Though this is literally point CS plot. And move is defined as the same. Yeah, better keep it then. That was point.cxx. We have point.h. This is inside plot point, and then we should not touch it. Touch that and not touch that. And then also one of those. Okay. It is something. So good thing I removed the plot in front of all of them. Or did I? Ooh, well, I'll just make. Too few template, you gotta be kidding me. Oh, like that. Okay, never mind. Never mind. Yeah, we're dealing here with a for declaration. So here. And I doubt you can add a default in the for declaration and then repeat it later. So we'll have to live with adding the CS plot here as well. Now what? Too few template again. CS plot. No vowel conversion from lambda to send function plot point. Cons plot points because they are Cairo points in .cxx, so we can almost go to bed. Register draggable. What is the namespace here? Plot. Okay, so we are going to make this just point, returning just point. Comment it out. I might as well delete this. It talks about fake plots and everything. No, yeah. Was this the instance where I said, why is this not conservance? Let's look at the div move draggable. Yeah, so I added a conservance wrongly, I guess. Window move draggable. Je moet override huiswoordel. Oh, really? Yeah. Because it's just nonsensical. Nonsensical function hides real function. Oh, 42. Yeah, of course, that was the answer. It compiles again. Now I should remember what to do next, because there was much more to do. My mind is blank, unfortunately. Why? Maybe refresh my memory by looking at the div again. I don't know. I don't understand why it compiles, to be honest. The end. Oh, that's why. Ouch. The expected configuration here. What is happening? KI window tests, are they not compiled? Maybe they are only compiled in the KI window. Test suite? Do we even have that? My test suite is machine learning, I think. I'm not sure. Well, could be compiled. Something is weird. Oh, wait a minute. Da, 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 da. CDKI row window VICM. Options. We do have a test. Well, yeah, this is not defined then probably. Option window test. Enable is off by default, so we just don't define that in this project. Define. Compile the bloody test that don't compile. Source configure typed correctly. Make and ouch, nothing works anymore. Beginning with events does not exist. Yeah. Dude. Event type, what is this? Events. What class is that needing? Is that needed for? Yeah, okay, we have a need events apparently. That well only if you define the tests, but I don't have to add it to the project, I suppose. Repositories, events. Taking out, adding, get some module, event, add events. What? Get directory for events is found locally with a remote origin. If you want to reuse this local git directory instead of cloning again, use force option. The local git directory is not the correct repo, or you are unsure what this means, choose another name with the name option. Yeah, might as well check it out from there then. And then we have to use force, I guess. So it existed before. But this one links to memory. Target not found. Need memory as well. Do I have something that sounds like memory? Memory. Memory. Yep. That one probably will also already exist then. Well. Paste. Yep, same problem. Okay, so we're gonna use this and force, and then go to memory to make sure that it is up to date. Pull. And then configure it again. This time it worked. Now we have problems that vector does not exist. That is correct. I deleted it. That no longer exists. So not including it seems like the right thing to do then. What about the other errors? Is that not the same problem then? Which one am I missing? Oh boy. I think I'm going to bed. This is just a whole new chapter. A whole new chapter of compile errors. That one. Okay, let's delete that one as well. Yep, I just go because otherwise, you know, I'll sit here at 5 AM still. Tomorrow more compile error fix.